Hello there everybody, welcome in. How's it going? Happy Monday. How's everyone doing? Allow me to quickly just... Mouse? Mouse, where are you? Mouse, what are you doing? Can I see the mouse please? Thank you. Right. Excuse me, what? That's working. That's working. Let's continue. Welcome in everybody. Krill, good to see you, dude. I hope you're well. I hope Lisa's doing well. I hope she's healing well. Yes, we were going to speak to Joyce now that we've got our badge. I remember, chat.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? By love, you did. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious.
Damn right.
What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
For a start, you can stop calling me Lieutenant Freighter and Freighter.
How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you've seen his badge?
The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe. I cannot rescind that promise. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you've finished with them. My plan is to share information. The only way to do that now is by telling my employers you've kept your end, which I hope you will, because let me tell you, we are in dire waters.
How bad can the info she has be?
The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you. Now, is there anything I can do for you in the meanwhile?
Alright. Keep clicking on that before the conversation's done. I'm being a little bit rude, chat. I apologise. But I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody's good. I've had an okay Monday. I'm just a little bit paranoid that OBS is starting to fall apart. Because it kind of is. Every time I go to close it down, it crashes before closing, which is, yeah, a bit worrying. And yeah, I've installed and uninstalled so many plugins to OBS that it's a bit...
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Right, I wanna save the game before we actually try this. GG's on first, Krill. And thank you for redeeming your daily bread. There it is.
Just an ordinary wall.
Welcome in.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah. Fuck off. Just gimme. gimme.
Just.
Oh, is it conceptualization?
Nothing to see.
Impossible. Oh, it's impossible. Okay. Yeah. Can I wear some clothing that would increase my conceptualization? I think I can. Right, now what?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah.
Damn, dudes. I think it's actually impossible. No hard quote. No hard quote? But enjoy your daily bread, dude. No hard quote? No hard quote? I'm not sure what you mean, sorry. Thank you for the 30 streams. 30 streams! A month's worth. A month's worth of streams. Giga chat behavior.
Yes.
Thank you so much, dude. No walking sat. Oh. Really? Strange. Greetings. Krill. Okay. Where do I reset the timers for things? There's somewhere I can reset all the timers. But they redesigned StreamerBot and I don't quite know where everything is anymore. all the stuff I built still works, so I'm like, cool. But yeah, there is somewhere I can reset. Oh, is it platforms? Present viewers, pyramids, channel point redemptions, polls, predictions, sub counter, videos. Browse your past videos. What? This is the other thing. I don't know how to go back once I click on something. I have to go back to the beginning, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, but reset the cache. Cool. Okay. So now, if I reset it a couple of times, now when you say your first words, it should trigger it. Today's quote of the day is, I'd like to one day be featured on a list of inspirational people who have made a difference. In a way, the world, whether it be helping underprivileged people or putting an end to poaching of wildlife in Africa, Candice Swanepoel. But yeah, an admirable admirable life choice, I suppose. But I think it's because you said something on the starting soon screen. Your first words were used up. It only triggers on first words because it's a greeting. So I think because you said something before I went live, maybe that counted as your first words, but obviously I wasn't live yet, so maybe that's what it was. Right, what have we got on the old agenda? Something she wants to tell you, you have to present it with your badge to hear it. Or perhaps if you did her a favour, she could waive off the formality, whatever the case, you need to know what she knows. Yeah, she wouldn't say anything, would she? Right, let's explore the area on the other side of the... M from that? Yes. Let's explore the rest of this area. Yes, Moneypenny. Bond. James Bond. Dude. He wasn't such a misogynist. He did make a very good Bond, but yeah, he was really shit towards women. And it's the thing is, it's not even just the interview. He shook the absolute fuck out of women in those films. Like, he shook them, and also was like, kind of like didn't take no for an answer, like quite aggressively, and really did kind of like set a standard for that sort of thing, which was not right. Women were like, no, I can't, and he was like, yes, you can. Just like. Just refused to take no for an answer. Which, yeah, not the nicest. Look at this game, dudes. Did a great Highlander too. Also a tax avoider. Well, yeah, this is it. The thing is, I think once you get to a certain amount of wealth, because when like celebrities like the Beatles and stuff, when the government wanted them to pay 99 pence per pound, like 99% tax, I can see why they would try and avoid that. That is a fucking piss take. But what's evolved now is a bunch of millionaires and billionaires. Once you actually add it up, they pay like 16 or 11% tax. And it's disgusting because the average working cunt like me, paying like 35, 40 sometimes is fucked. So yeah, it's not on. Can't be Bond and not live in a tax haven. Maybe, I don't know, but yeah, I feel like there's a way of, like, you know, you pay your dues, you don't pay a hell of a lot of taxes, but you do make contributions to charity, which is why you get tax breaks and so on and so forth. There's a certain amount of tax evasion or tax avoidance. I can't remember which one. One of them is like legally avoiding paying more tax than you need to with legal like financial frameworks that exist, which to a certain degree is just being smart with your money. But it does get a bit fucking disgusting how there's so many ways that millionaires they'll have a company that for some reason doesn't pay tax, that offers a service to a company that does pay tax, and they charge like 16 times the going rate for this service, so that profit takes the profit of one business which would be taxed and then converts it into the profit of another business which isn't taxed. And it's disgusting because you've got, I mean, even Twitch pays like ridiculously over the odds to use Amazon's server architecture to host streams. It's one of the reasons why it's not profitable, despite taking half of everyone's revenue. It's crazy, or at least 30% for some bigger streamers. So, like, yeah, it's a way of moving money around that minimizes the amount of tax you pay, and it's kind of. I wouldn't mind it to a degree, but it's the fact that everything just makes the tax of the working class go up rather than us sort of paying like 15, 16% tax. We're paying 32, 33, 34% tax. Sometimes, once you get up to 50 grand, you're paying 45% tax. So once you start earning 50 grand, no, you don't. You earn like 37. It's fucked, It's fucking crazy how, like, as you start to earn more, you get taxed more, so it keeps you kind of there. You get stuck. You need to start earning like 190, 200 grand before you start to then stack wealth. And so many people will just never get there. They might make it to 50 grand, but they're not going to make it much further than that because they'll probably be retiring by that time. Because, yeah. I would also not like to live in England if I was rich, though. Yeah. I'd rather choose Italy. Yeah, if I could pay to get everything done, like demand to get things done and pay the extra to make sure they get done, then yeah, I'd live in Italy. But yeah, evasion is illegal, but avoidance are loopholes which the government allows. Yeah, so it's avoidance that's technically okay. I find the tax avoidance quite interesting because it's such a scheme and some are quite thought out and quite... Yeah, I mean... The ones where they interinvest the profits of one business into another business, that it slowly spirals until the valuation of the company is like multiple billions because it's such a well-oiled machine that creates so much revenue without paying a dime in tax. It's kind of admirable, but then you realize that the fact that exists is why we can't get our roads repaved regularly enough, why we can't get bins emptied, well, we can't get refuse collections. It's just everything for the working class. We don't get taken a lot. The economy gets rich, but we don't see it, and then the economy gets poor, and suddenly the cost of everything we need to buy goes up. It's like, well, you can't have us outside the bubble when you're all making money while making hay while the sun shines, and then when the shit hits the fan, it's up to us to fucking pick up the tab. It's fucking disgusting. Anyway, I will play the video game today because I did a lot of talking in the last stream. But yeah, no, it's fucked. Lake Como is a peak area to live. Yeah, I stayed in Lake Como last year and I had COVID, so I missed a few days. But that's a fucking beautiful part of the world. Again, disorganized as fuck sometimes, but yeah. Quite good in the UK, but they put those money on shit. The government wastes money on all sorts of shit. Like they're going to try and fucking ban everyone under 16 from social media, and I was like, that's not going to fix social media, because there's a bunch of people that have the mental capacity of a 16-year-old who are still going to be on there,
Snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. And to think, it seemed as though it were already spring. The melting snow seeps through your thin clothes. Grandmothers don't let their grandchildren out dressed so lightly in this weather. At least your hair is protected from getting wet and sticking together. You look around. More winding coastlines lined with abandoned buildings. Crumbling piers, salt water lapping at their dark piles. Grey and red forgotten city blocks. What remains of the pre-revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast.
Fuck's sake, man. Excuse me. You guys have had enough prime ministers with a mental age of 5-year-olds. Yeah, we've had 7. We're about to have our 7th prime minister in 10 years, and it's like
The waters turn black.
I'm sorry.
Coal City in the shadow of San Martin, a boom town. Back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything
Esperance.
crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet. Below the old mines, L'Océan Municipal, Revachol's underground cemetery. Le Petit Rat braved the underground passageways, trying to get to Le Royaume.
The little rats brave the underground passageways trying to get to La Royaume.
Where the Philippian kings were interred, with their doctors and their admirals. Mausoleums, burial chambers, leaf gold still remains on the double door of the morning.
Ears are a bit blocked.
Children under 14, they go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums. And for fabled relics, their parents let them. They go deeper. After rubies, melchiorite, lapis lazuli, plundered from Safle and Seol during the time of the suzerain. In the burial chambers of the kings, Grand Old Philip, Guillaume II, and even in the mausoleum of Philip the Opulent.
Starmer got a new cat to replace Larry, but Larry saw that scheme through and replaced Starmer. Yeah. It is crazy. That cat has probably lasted longer than most of our prime ministers.
2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft along whose walls mirrors have been placed, so that daylight may eternally fall upon the richest of all the kings. The mausoleum contains
Next is January, he's going to be
quantities of
20.
gold, and that special, purest of the pure magenta cocaine, favored by Revacholian royalty.
Contains untold quantities of gold and that special purest of the pure Magneta cocaine favored by the Revacholian royalty, yeah.
Did someone say untold quantities of cocaine? Drop everything immediately and go looking for this hoard. Few Petit Rat return from the shafts. Even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of the black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pockets. All around her, white snow on the extinguished coke furnaces and on the weather-worn shacks where fathers beat their sons after drinking. The snow melts on your fingers, turning to water. The canal you crossed to get here and beyond it. Martinez proper, the district the police forgot to police. There is laughter, lights, attempts at entrepreneurial activity, cynicism. Someone is scraping snow off their windshield at the roundabout, in the midst of which a statue of Philip III serves as a destination for grade school field trips and a fine perch for winter birds. Like all monuments, it's also a warning. 6-story ruins on the south side of the roundabout cast a long shadow over the profligate king. A fenced-off yard, there's a truck belonging to a logistics company parked next to the gate. Bright light from a building behind the fence reflects off its hood. Clean white light coming from the windows of a clean cube-shaped office building hidden amidst ruins. A secret. The abandoned church, one of 2 remaining stave churches, which were collectively called Les Sept Sœurs. The other 6 sisters were destroyed during the revolution. A serpentine strip of land weaving its way into the Martinez Inlet. Unfortunates on the run from the law, from themselves, sometimes hide out on nearby islets. Little dots in the ocean that are occasionally submerged when the tide is high and the weather foul. The remains of a camp on a jagged piece of rock, a tent, old dishes and cutlery, long since abandoned. A hermit crab scuttles among the debris, looking for a new shell.
One of the islands, I think, where the
Further out,
sniper
lights
is
burn
living.
bright on Resurrection, way beyond Martinez. A popular spa destination for ample-bodied Ozon kids with equally ample pockets. Then there's Ozon, but the snow falls too thick. You cannot see that far. The Bay of Revachol, vastness, great depth, over 1,200 meters at its deepest. Water air brinier than here. It is crisscrossed by huge cargo ships bearing company logos. Wild Pines, Zam, Morian, and at the farthest reaches of the Bay of Revachol, the shadow of the Coalition warship Archer, on perpetual patrol duty, ready to unleash artillery fire if you were to rise up against the market. You shudder. The raised motorway, 881, separating Martinez from Jamrock. Vehicles whoosh past one another day and night, while those who reside in the labyrinthine alleyways beneath the motorway attempt to carry on with their lives in the snow and the slush. And south of the 881 is the Pox. Was once a park, a place for reflection and recuperation for the patients of the old military hospital. In the 20s, it was used as a quarantine center during a measles outbreak that killed many children. Most everyone has avoided the hospital and surrounding park ever since. The Pox is completely wild now. Evergreen thickets covered in snow and industrial dust. Feral dogs and even wolves roaming in packs. The police try to keep the deepest corners cordoned off. Heavy drug users do slip through and hole up in the old military hospital, hoping to find something to get high on among the hastily abandoned supplies, or just to overdose in peace.
It's one of the worst things about hearing of an overdose is that it was planned. Like when they find that, they say that due to the fact that, several things were organized in a way up until the day, they also cancelled a lot of bills. They sort of cancelled off any sort of long-term, commitments. They turned their phone off. It was like premeditated. It's like, damn. And then they took like 7 times the usual dose of a drug and just, had a seizure and swallowed their own tongue. And it's like, shit, man. They went out like that. It's fucked. It's really, really fucking harsh to read that, not only was it an overdose, but it was planned. Yeah.
A line of motor garages with armored carapaces hunched in the cold. A mechanic is hard at work, patching up bullet holes in the side of a Capri 40. These are the garages of Precinct 41. Snow settles on the roof of the repurposed silk mill. It serves as your station. Shivering RCM personnel hurry in and out of the main entrance.
Wonder if Vic's found his heterosexual life partner yet.
Damn, I don't know. Even a real Bruderbund like that can't survive everything.
Around you, the snow continues to fall. To the west, the ocean swells. The stairs descend to central Jamrock. A man named Cooklove has a snow-covered stall there, in the market across the bridge. He sells kebab infested with fly larvae to your colleagues who believe eating it will make them immune to food poisoning. Snow falls on the utility district, the library, the florist, the Sarah Mauritian restaurant that offers homemade wine, and also on the brothels and drug dens, and the chop shops of the Zemliaki. All of this built around a lake that formed in a meteorite strike. At the center of this lake, there is a little ship. There are lights at the bottom of its hull. They are lights directed toward the seafloor, looking for something, like whiskers. A chill comes over you, crawling down your back. The sand under your feet is wet. Somewhere in the south, tarpaulin flap in the wind. More Coalition aerostatics. Occasionally, lights flash as they maneuver through the falling snow. One large airship carries crates in its belly. Layer upon layer of sand, poisoned with industrial runoff. For storm drainage, hidden bunkers. Rats scuttle. Someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You would probably never happen across it. But who knows?
Concrete pipe under the boardwalk, which I think is over here.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up.
We've got to walk all the way around here to get to there, okay. Oh, chat. I finished work for the day, and my brain just goes whoomp. I feel really tired. Oh, fucking interact with it then. Or not, okay. So only 29 Celsius today. Yeah, it was 21 today. Yeah, 21 with a slight breeze, which is like really manageable. I could walk around in a shirt and a shorts and a t-shirt. Shorts and a shorts and shirt, in a t-shirt and shorts. And yeah, not really feel like cold, but I'm not like roasting hot either. So I'm hoping I get a bit more sleep tonight than I did the last few nights. Shorts at work. Yeah, I suppose it's not safe, is it? This is the annoying thing. When you do work with chemicals or heavy machinery and stuff, you have to wear boots and fucking like work trousers, which are like thick Alcantara leather types things. You'll have shadow a very large building fall upon you. Yeah, we're standing in front of a large building, so 40 this Saturday. Oh, excuse me. It's too much, chat. Anything over fucking 30 is starting to take the piss. Absolutely no need for it. So I won't go into the church just yet. Because I want to have a little wander around. Because, yeah, somewhere up on this boardwalk, I think, there's the woman that thinks they're a police car or they're a police person, but they've got sirens on or something. Dead phone, smashed receiver, like someone hung up too hard. Yeah, probably you, to be honest. Well, they're at minus 40, then plus 40. Well, yeah, if you're going to have to wear work clothes and stuff, for sure. Hard to smash the plastic dome.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone.
Prof, welcome in. How's it going?
Out of change.
Prof. When did you get? Did you get a partner recently? Have you always been a partner? Well, I've known, not always, but you know, since I've known you. But congratulations, dude. Welcome in. There's St Andrew's cross on that church. Yes. Yeah, and you get Eleanor crosses on lots of churches as well. This scene is one of the all-time greats. Yeah, no, yeah, with the like visual conceptualization, visual calculus, where you rebuild the broken mirror of Dolores Day. Oof, some fucking strong shit. Fuck, November or something. I've been a big Twitch break, so I haven't been around as much. Hey, you taking a break after the partner push, I presume. But congratulations, dude. GG. What have you got in the pipeline for your return? Quite common in Scotland, those ones. Yes.
Return. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. Should you be doing this? End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre? So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so
Gonna finish Bloodborne, all bosses and DLC speed, no hit stuff. I see. Checking out Zero Parades? No. I fundamentally disagree with the way the developers of this game were treated by Zaum, so I won't be giving Zaum any more of my money or any more of my time. I feel that sometimes business deals go sour, contracts and artists. It's difficult to say who's in the right or wrong. Usually the publisher is being a bit greedy. But I appreciate artists aren't always super easy to work with. But, I feel like that probably wasn't the case with these guys. I think they just got fucking, hoodwinked. But that said, after all of the bad blood, I think the only thing Zaum could have done to earn any modicum of respect, I would still boycott them. But the only thing they could have done to earn any modicum of respect is to just move off and generate, develop a different kind of game, publish, help out, find a group of artists that are making a game and make a different kind of game, and then make sure the same thing doesn't happen again. That way they could say, that yes, things went sour, but now they're making this game. They're respecting the artist, and that is kind of a kick in the teeth to the artists of Disco Elysium. But yeah, no, I won't be giving Zaum any money. And I would implore that other people don't either, because I think the artists that worked on this game are clearly some of the greatest artists to work on a video game ever. This might be one of the greatest works of fiction I've ever experienced. And all of their hard work made this absolutely spellbindingly brilliant game. And then the rights to the sequel got sold out from under them, and everything went fucking sour because of money. It's one of only 3 good games ever. Yeah. So this game is an absolute masterpiece, and I feel like that team, what they learned in terms of project management on this game, would have made the next project even better. But Zaum just started fucking cashing in. The investors started cashing in, and greed and money fucking destroyed what the studio was. And I'll never forgive them for that, because I know that we'll never get a game quite like this again, because the people that made this game have now splintered off to make other games. Hopetown, and a couple of others. But when I saw the announcement trailer for the new Zaum game, I was like, holy shit, man, it's like a fucking copy-paste. It's like a fucking AI copy of Disco Elysium. Is that really fucking edgy, like, emotional dialogue and really descriptive, like, noun-heavy, verses, and it's all sort of abstract painted style. And I was like, they're trying to just fucking cash in on the game again by making a clone. So I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna fucking support it. And every single fucking post on social, because I interact with a lot of Disco Elysium posts, but fan art and theories and playthroughs and clips and stuff. So obviously I'm being suggested that as well. And underneath every post for their new game is just, I will never give you money. Fucking boycott this game. And I'm like, fuck, man. The fans of Disco Elysium do not like Zaum. And I agree. I have absolutely no respect for them whatsoever. If they went off and they made a completely different game, tried to change the air of their ways, maybe I could have said, okay, they fucked up, but they're trying to do right by the next studio. They're trying to make sure the next project is more legitimate for everybody involved, but they didn't. They just tried to do the same fucking thing again. They're trying to cash in on the success of the game again, and it's like, nah, you're fucking soulless, absolutely fucking soulless. So well, Hopetown looks like the spiritual successor, but I don't know if I don't know how many of the team made it over to the new studio. So I'll keep an eye out for Hopetown, but anything that Zaum churns out that's trying to be this game again can get fucked. I think it's incredibly, what they did was incredibly in poor taste. It was greedy and pathetic, and just, a bunch of artists managed. It was a fucking difficult production cycle, yes, but what video game of any fucking quality is not fraught with production issues? It's just how this medium works, right? It's just how this medium is. So don't get into fucking publishing video games if you're not willing to let a project overrun. Budget, time, staff, whatever. That's just how these projects are. And if you fucking stick with it and you fucking scrape together the cash and you just fucking let the project happen, you get this. One of the greatest works of fiction I've ever experienced, in my opinion. But they just want to fucking put a price tag on everything. And it pisses me off, because every now and again I'm playing a game and it feels like it's building and it's almost getting there. It's almost like it's almost the most amazing game I've ever played. Just never quite gets over the line. It never quite gets over an 8 out of 10. It never quite gets over a 7.5 out of 10, 8 out of 10. It's so annoying because I know that another 7 months, another 8 months of just the artists and the writers just fucking tidying up and perfecting everything would make it a 10 out of 10. But it was going to make enough money as it was based on the trailer hype, so they just fucking shipped it, you know? And it's like, fuck's sake, man. I've heard the chief writer of the game conceived the fictional world while being drunk and listening to Adagio for strings. Yeah, Kurvitz. Kurvitz wrote a book, This Sacred Air, something, and This Sacred Air, or something. It's been translated. I have a copy of it somewhere to read. And it didn't sell very well. I think like 1,000 copies, which for a book is not great. And they fell into a deep alcoholic depression. And out of that alcoholic depression came these characters, and they pivoted the world of the book into this. And yeah, Alexander Rostov's artwork. I think Melena, I think was the lady's name. There was somebody else who was quite involved as well. And they did a lot of work, like a lot of work. And then there's obviously loads of people that worked in the background on systems and mechanics and everything else, on the engine and everything. But yeah, just Disco Elysium is a prime example of where a group of incredibly talented artists decided to make a game rather than a bunch of people that make games tried to make something really artistic. This is the other side of that, which is why the production was so fucking cagey and so fucking bumpy, because they're all artists, you know? And this is the thing. If you want a group of artists to all point in the same direction, it's going to be tumultuous. It's just how the creative process is. But what you get out the other end is Red Dead Redemption 2, The Godfather, Disco Elysium. You know, you get something out the other end that is just so much greater than the sum of its parts. Everything about it is great, but when you put it all together, it supersedes and transcends expectations to create something that just can't quite be matched in any way, shape or form, because it all coalesces into something that's just a masterpiece. It's just a creative masterpiece in so many ways. So yeah, anybody who compromises that over something as trivial as money is literally the fucking worst thing in the world to me. So yeah, I don't plan on ever giving Zaum another fucking penny. No, if they re-release this game in a different format or something, I'm not. I bought the game, figured out what happened, felt bad about it, and I'll be talking about it ever since. But yeah, I'm glad I bought the game because it's one of the best games I've ever played. Did play Zero Preza top to bottom because I have exactly the same feelings, but I had to know if it was going to be a soulless. They gave me a code, and I hated how much I loved it. Yeah, this is it. Never even heard of it. I liked everyone's the vocalization is shit. And it's sad that the art is dead. You know, like Gothic, but 2D makes a gut likes Gothic. I think I'm playing Hollow Home demo. See if that game is any good. It's at least a 9.25 out of 10, which is insane. Really? Okay. Because I hate everything. Yeah, this is it. I usually have complaints. I usually have complaints about most games, but this one, barely any complaints. No notes. Chrysanthemum.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach, growing in volume until the call suddenly disconnects. You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not.
Brilliant rant, put it on YouTube. Yeah, well, yeah. I'll make a clip there. But that's it. This is the thing. I feel like my rants work on short form. Like whenever I put a rant on TikTok or whatever, it usually does quite well compared to my other stuff. But clips of games doesn't do it very well. But, you know, what can you do? But yes, Prof, speaking of Bloodborne, the state of it at the moment, when I say state, I don't mean in a bad way. But yeah, like, obviously I know you've been out of the game for a little while, but there's now a launcher And basically this launcher allows you to like customize like everything. And then you can launch the game with all the custom settings every single time you launch it. This thing, BB Launcher 1306, it's for playing the game. Like I can now get it to run at 1440p, 60 FPS with basically no issues whatsoever. It just fucking runs at 60 FPS. And the outcome of that, excuse me, the outcome of that is, do I record it on here? The outcome is just absolutely pin sharp, ridiculously smooth. Like it just plays. Like I can't feel the difference anymore. All the cloth physics, all the fur physics. I mean, the blood decals are still a little bit sketchy, but I feel like they were sketchy on PS4 as well. And also on PS5 a little bit, but yeah, like a lot of the like surface modular, what do you call them? Like the surface modulation, like all the shininess and surface textures and stuff. A lot of that stuff is now working perfectly. You can inject FXAA, so rather than the MSAA that Bloodborne uses, which is a bit scratchy, you get nice 1440p FXAA. It's just, yeah, and 60 FPS as well. So yeah. It might be worth recompiling and rebuilding the game with the launcher, because yeah, everything works basically fine now. And yeah, the fucking footage is massive. But yeah, I've been enjoying that a lot. Oh, excuse me. I need to turn off this one and turn this one on because I'm going to capture the game for a few streams and see if that changes it. 30 FPS stand, but yes, so nice, Ghost, and I've been working on a lot of stuff. Emo only forever, chromatic aberration and stuff. Yes, yeah, lots and lots of little sort of features you can turn on and off. Like there's a subtle glow around the character that some people don't like. You can turn that off, and yeah, it does. When you try and take really photographic kind of shots with the player character in the screen, in the composition. The glow throws the lighting off in the area they're standing, which can obviously make it look a little bit, it makes them stand out, which you don't necessarily always want. When you're playing a video game, you want them to stand out a little bit. But yeah, when you want to take like a really like cool floating camera shot. Because I think Lance, as well as the 60 FPS patch, I think Lance is the one that came up with the free cam mod. And the free cam, you can take over an enemy and play as an enemy character and attack other enemies, which is kind of fun. But yeah. Lance's camera, so I can take real cam shots. Yeah, Lance's camera mod, yeah. Fortunate enough to have a jailbreaker PS4 from the jump, so a really nice lib set of things. I'm not sure that they're all up. Ah, yes. I never jailbroke a PS4, unfortunately. A few iPhones, but never a PS4. But my Switch is one of the earlier ones, so if I get a paperclip and put it in there and bridge 2 pins, I can put it into the debug mode and then run unsigned code, which is always nice. Kira, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Hitless when? No, never. I don't think I've got the mental fortitude. Enjoy your daily bread, Kira. I don't think I've got the mental fortitude or the patience or the talent for hitless. But yeah, if I did it on the emulator, it wouldn't even count, to be honest. But I mean, I have the game on a PS5 as well, on PlayStation, I suppose. But yeah, it would be a long journey, and I worry I would burn out and get up and then not love Bloodborne as much. So I'm really precious with Bloodborne. I might do Deathless in Dark Souls 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever, because Deathless would be kind of cool. Because obviously I can just, yeah. It's not quite as stringent as Hitless, but it's still a bit of a challenge. It allows me to stay in the game for a little while. But yeah, I don't want to burn myself out on them too much. Counts as long as you do 30 FPS and don't go for speed now. Ah, okay. So I see. Because yeah, I mean, one of the best I've pulled off. I'll get you the link because I won't play the whole thing on stream. Josh Baba. to get a link, please? That's about as good as it gets for me. I get hit, but not that much. But that's about as good as it gets for me. But yes, one of the benefits of the emulator is I can do ultra wide, so I can do ultra wide 20 by 9 or 19 by 9 on a 16 by 9 display, so I get widescreen Bloodborne, and then I got a HUD mod to correct it for ultra wide, and then I recorded Lawrence's fight in ultra wide. That's an earlier version of the emulator that's the colours are a bit washed out. It's nowhere near as contrasty as Bloodborne should be. I know, I can tell. It's not as contrasty as Bloodborne usually is, but that was the build that I was running at the moment when I recorded it. No, I don't have an ultra wide, but yeah, I like forcing ultra wide screen ratios on a 16 by 9 display, because I think the black bars you get are just really nice. I've not tried it in this game. Are there widescreen? Because I think unless 2560 by 1600, 2560 by 1440. Because I think some games only show you widescreen when you've got an ultra wide screen, but games that allow you to manually select ultra wide formats on a normal ratio display means that you can have like black bars, and it makes the game look really cinematic if you play like cinematic games. We did it for the Ghost of Tsushima playthrough. I'm really bummed as well because Ghost of Yotai it's not going to release on PC because Sony's pulling out of PC, which is a real shame. Anyway, what else is a real shame? We have an ad break coming up. I need to put you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. Need more ad replay, but yeah, exactly. Okay, so yeah, it's not that bad, but. Wasn't there just a guy? I swear there was a guy there looking like suddenly his mate got shot. Am I going blind? Let me just... Does anyone else want to get fucking escalated? I think that is probably it, I think. There we go. Okay, much like lasagna, right? The thing about lasagna, you can put another lasagna on top of a lasagna and you just have a bigger lasagna, and that's the true power of lasagna, right? Is that it stacks almost infinitely. This is just scuffed as fuck, and he's just going to turn around at some point. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please don't turn around. Oh my god, chat. How the fuck did we get away with that? How the fuck did we get away with that? Right, I'm going to hide in this room here. Fucking lag is so bad. Right, and I'm going to fucking save the game there. So F2 to save. Right, okay. Fuck me. Oh, I love when I bleed her out of fucking waterfowl there. That's fucking satisfying. But also, I want to be careful not to destroy this boat, because we are going to need it to jump in and fire. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right, scrounge up these coins. Small wire framing inside this futuristic looking Faln Peepo hat gives it aerodynamic shape with a swoop skier's helmet, but none of its protective qualities covers the wearer's ears, eyebrows, and brings down the drag coefficient. Did you gamble everything, Kira? Bravery. Sheer fucking bravery. Excuse me. Because, yeah, there's a visual calculus, because a lot of people get shot here, I think. Firing squad, right? Spider-Man, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. Happy Monday. How's it going? Pretty good, dude. Pretty good. The temperature has eased off. The cat is happy. I've been paid by my job. Managed to invest in a few things for the stream, even though I said I wasn't going to spend any more money on it. I got a different camera clamp thing. I got a tripod mounted clamp, or a clamp with a tripod mount and an arm thing on it. Hang on. Hang on. This thing, which clamps onto my microphone arm, and then this is two ball joints between two like plates, which means it's got a lot of articulation, and it's aviation grade aluminium. So hopefully I can mount the camera on the same mic arm as the microphone, as the same arm as the microphone, and then I can get rid of the weird lamp arm that I've got. And that gives me a bit more freedom with screens, which means I can float this screen and get more desk space to put a keyboard and some food if I'm eating something.
Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy bobbing in the water. Time to go.
Whoops. I should have read into that a bit more, I think. I'm good, just got home from work and it was exhausting. I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. Glad you got home, though. Always remember, the really exhausting days at work, the period of chilling afterwards is just, yeah. Because waking up on a day off and being like, I can chill all fucking day is good, right? But working a difficult shift and then getting home, turning your phone off and just sitting down and being like, Oh, fuck yeah. It's like the contrast, right? It's like warm, dry clothes when you've been caught in the rain. Having suffered, something becomes way more valuable, and way more important, and way more potent, you know, in a good way. And yeah, I like to appreciate that. Whenever something shit happens, I'm like, but, you know, like when I get my heart broken, I'm like, fuck, that sucks. Why did I even bother falling in love again? But then I think to myself, okay, but it means the next time I fall in love, I'll be wiser. And also I'll appreciate it in a more deep way for having been heartbroken. So actually, this sucks, but it is going to make something else better, right? And maybe it's cope, I don't know. But yeah.
Hello, I'm Gary. How do you do, officer?
Hello.
Yellow man. I mean, officer.
Lieutenant, actually.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. That sounds awfully familiar. Something to keep in mind for later.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here. Oh, I've been tempted. But someone
At
has
95.
to stay strong for Revocall.
95 streams. Word of mouth. Massive dedication. Thank you, dude. That's fucking massive. Almost 100 stream streak. Craziness. Absolutely crazy.
Serious question.
Close to 100, dude. Close to 100. So,
No one is.
5 more streams. Wednesday, Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. So, it'll be Saturday next week. Saturday, the end of this week. No. Saturday in 2 weeks' time. Today, 95. So 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Monday. It'll be Monday stream. The 11th. It might be Monday stream, I think. And that's because today counts as one. So you've got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You've got 5 streams. If this is a Monday stream, then Wednesday, Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. Oh, yeah, Saturday. Saturday the 11th will be 100, which is bonkers, dude. Absolutely bonkers. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, dude. Like I said in the last couple of streams, I'm very fortunate to have such a dedicated crew as a variety streamer, like jumping from category to category. It's, yeah, it absolutely murders your growth. And growth is fucked at the moment anyway, because the whole platform's fucked. So, yeah, I definitely don't help myself out in some ways. But you guys, the true diehards that are here every stream, every game, you guys mean so much to me, honestly. Thank you for your support. Really appreciate that. You know anything about the man hanged behind the whirling in rags? Is this your mug?
My mug? Why would you think that? How do you mean? Forgive me, officer, but we've only just met.
Yeah, I'm a detective.
He's trying not to look afraid, because that would be incriminating. Yet, he is.
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to find me, are you?
250 real. Just want information. Yeah, I'm going to be nice to him because I want information about who put the clothes in there.
Whew. Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
What do you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez, so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Bohemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know? Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. Okay, I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly.
There we go.
That's
So we figured out how to put the
exactly
clothes in
what it
there. Cool.
Civic duty. Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it. I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
Don't be so relieved yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug collection. Perhaps a little intimidation?
I told you everything I know, sir. I'm truly sorry for the mug, but I have nothing to do with that. Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next racist will be a really good one? Well, this is that racist.
Hey, man, all I meant was there are not many Sealites around here.
Your fits
I'm just
recommended.
stating a fact.
I was thinking earlier today, right, I could create a redeem where you guys could declare war on each other, but I think it's kind of bad taste. I think that would be kind of bad taste. It would be, yeah.
Oh, yes. Of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections. Let's sure do,
sorry.
officer. In my home. Yes. When I was going to... How
The
did
current
you
events,
know?
yes. Can we have a time cure fits redeem? Current events football. Well, no, just global conflict. This is the thing. It's the Middle East. There's been conflict in the Middle East for as long as I've been alive, in one way, shape, or form. So, yeah. Also, dude, I saw Toy Story 5 yesterday. Really? Because, yeah, there's 5 of them now, right? It's fucking still going. But I remember we were watching Toy Story 3, I think it was. And there's a scene where they're about to get incinerated. And like they're like, what do we do? What do we do? And they just reach out and hold each other's hands. And me and my dad looked at each other, 2 grown men, were like, fuck, you're cutting us up here, dude.
Is this about the Union? Did the big man open the door? So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to reveal our affiliations to Everard Clare to this guy in case that doctors or manipulates
What have
his
I
responses.
done? He'll send the muscle after me.
It was really good. Yeah, I'm sure they've been really good every time, really. 3 came out last week. I have a question for you guys. It's about what some people can do and others can't. Okay. Can you guys unfocus your eyes? Yes, I can. Yeah, I can like make everything go kind of blurry. I'm not quite sure how, but yeah. Maybe they made Steve Jobs get 15% of Disney stocks. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Like Steve Jobs like got ousted from Apple after turning it into a really good company, or starting to turn it into a really popular, profitable company. He was like, cool, I'm just gonna go and start something else. He started up a company that became fucking Pixar. Like fucking hell, man. Another one, can you guys make your eyes shake really fast? I have done that. I have been able to, I mean, I can make my eyes twitch. Like I'm like sleep, like dreaming or whatever, but yeah. Bought Pixar, so that level of acquiring companies. Eyes, not eyelids. Yeah, I've definitely been sat there and felt my eyeballs vibrating for no reason. I don't think I can do it on command, but yeah. We started Next computer that made World Wide Web, but it started Next, but he bought into Pixar and probably had a big hand in turning Pixar into what it was. I can do it on command. It's freaky. Yeah.
Whatever it is, tell him I'm silent as the grave. I was probably talking too loud in the whirling the other night about some theories.
I can talk shit on command. It's genius.
I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay?
You said you knew
I'll try
Spanish.
to help if I can.
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
As you can speak Spanish, sometimes my genius generates gravity.
The weather
It is of such magnitude.
He cannot be unturned.
It is in possession of so much mass. Superior Scandinavia is the rightful ruler. Never quite did so much. Love Clarkson random quotes. Yeah, occasionally, like he has a way.
He may even have changed his mind about the whole door opening operation.
Right, this is a white check, so fuck it, let's just send it. Fuck
Is
off,
he?
game!
He's looking comfortable enough.
Why are you
Maybe
being so
it was
mean?
just beads. Sounded like beads. But what kind of beads might a man like...
When was my last save? 29th of June, which is today, at 59. Oh, that was over half an hour ago. Yeah, nah.
I don't pray, officer. Faith in non-existent helpers is a sign of weakness, not for proper Revocolian men such as ourselves. No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way, but I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
Composure. You got any clothes that help composure? Yes.
Always a pleasure to... I mean, officers.
Right, so yeah, that's still...
Here we go. Nice and easy.
Nice
No
and
way
easy.
out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging.
Yeah,
some
Finland,
knitting.
Norway, parts of Germany,
It looks
Estonia,
like
Latvia,
some
parts of
kind of
Russia.
trap.
Where's you going?
He notices you.
Where's you think? England, Normandy, parts of Germany, iceberg, Greenland, Faroe Islands, parts of India, some of the Ivory Coast and the Virgin Islands. Yes. We've all got
Who's
our own
that?
empires that
Oh,
took over
police.
everything.
Hello, officers.
No civil war in chat, please.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Maybe the water lock is fixed.
We were supposed to go back to Martinez a couple of days ago, but that damn water lock is broken. Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary
Crumb's
could
list
use a hot
doesn't
shower
count. It's
and a
too
warm
long.
bed.
Vikings don't count. Denmark existed during the Viking Age, as mentioned on the Yellowstones. Some Yellowstones. A list of what the UK. Well, yeah, it's yeah. I mean, we had a strip the whole way around the world. We had like a strip, and the expression was that the sun never sets on the British Empire because there's always a part of it in the sun because we owned a fucking strip of land around the whole world. Fucking crazy. You know, because people are like, oh yeah, we conquered the world. What do you mean? We showed up with fucking muskets and cannons, and these people were just trying to get irrigation so they could fucking grow food. You know, we didn't conquer anything. We just fucking took it all by force. Yes, conquering is taking by force, I know, but yeah, it's just, yeah, we people go on about it like, oh, we used to rule the world. It's like, yeah, because we were the only ones that lived in a climate that was temperate enough to mass produce food, to master the mass production of food and all sorts of other things. That freed up our time, you know, not just having to survive, to then do a bunch of other stuff. So we advanced quite a lot quicker because it was easier to survive. So yeah, we were a tiny little country, but we had guns before everyone else. So yeah, of course we went off and fucking just took everything because they couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't right, but you know, it's the history. But I won't fucking shy away from it. It wasn't right. Sun never set on the British Empire because God doesn't trust the British in the dark. Because we were better. Technically, China had guns before anyone else. Yeah, but I think China... Oh, no, it was Japan. Japan, like, just didn't want to get involved with the West at all. Like, they just didn't get involved. They didn't want to know for, like, the longest time. I had guns before China. It's like when America, Trump was threatening to stop doing business with China, and somebody interviewed a state official in China, and they were like, aren't you worried about, like, you know, losing trade with America? And... like, this guy was like, China existed for 5,000 years before America was even founded. We survived before, we'll survive again. And I was like, what a fucking flex. It's like, our country survived for 5,000 years before yours even existed. I think we'll be okay. It's like, whew. Excuse me. China foreign minister, yeah. Such an aura move, yeah. Biggest roast of all. Yeah, it was so good. It was delivered so calmly. China has been around for 5,000 years before excuse me.
No, officer. You've
Not
got
that
the wrong
dude, yeah.
person. I deal with
This is the thing.
living organisms.
Is like, all these tariffs started landing and all these Chinese manufacturers just started posting on social media, like, this is what your Birkin bag is actually made of, this is how much it costs us, to expose the markups on all the products being sold in America. And it massively, like, affected sales. Like, loads of people realized that, yes, they use high quality materials, but that bag only costs, like, you know, $6,000-7,000 to produce, and that's labor, materials, logistics, the lot. $6,000-7,000, right? And they're selling for like $200,000-300,000 in some cases. It's ridiculous markup. Maybe not the bags, but something else. And like shoes, all sorts of like designer brands. Like, the manufacturers just started just posting on social media saying, this is how much it costs and this is how much you're being ripped off. And yeah, as like a social media campaign, that massively opened the eyes of the American public to just how bad the markup is. Because don't get me wrong, you know, someone's going to import it, handle the stock. There's got to be a bit of juice. You know, there's got to be a bit of juice in there. When you're doing business, each person needs a little bit of juice for their angle on it, right? And that's just how business is. If you paid everybody exactly what everything was worth, everyone would go broke, right? So logistics is going to get a little bit, warehousing is going to get a little bit, manufacturing is going to get a little bit, materials and everything are going to get a little bit, you know, you auditing and managing the entire business is going to get a little bit. You add all that together and that's your markup. You put an extra 15-20%, maybe 30% if you're greedy on top. That's what you sell it for. But some of this stuff is like 600-700% markup, like 6-7 times the price. And it's like, it just doesn't cost that much to fucking, you know, to get a product from materials to shop shelf. It doesn't cost that much, and you're fucking price gouging the fucking public over it. with all this manufactured scarcity and exclusivity and everything. So yeah, they started taking the piss, so they retaliated. And yeah, it was crazy.
I'm out here looking for a rare insect called the Insulindian Phasmid. I'd shake your hand, but
with silt and sewage. Europeans, when people shit on the USA, and Trump is so crazy, even got the Swedes to defend Denmark on Greenland. Macron was instantly like, say it and we'll be on Greenland with troops. French bankers funded the Bolsheviks and Mussolini and the EU, so fuck them. But it would back off if it happened, though. Wouldn't underestimate the French, though. They do, after all, have a French Foreign Legion. Yeah, because, I mean, somebody was on TikTok the other day saying that, yes, fitting air conditioning to French buildings that are all like 1800 stone buildings, it's difficult. But remember when you guys, like, ousted your fucking prime minister or king and dragged him into the street and cut his head off because you all just got together and decided to do that? I think if you all got together, you could have aircon. If you decided you could all have aircon, you could all have aircon. You know, you've done you fried much bigger fish. Let's be honest. It's true. It's true. They have literally fucking like started revolutions. You know, they changed the speed limit on the motorway and they just parked their cars on the motorway to block all traffic to stop them from fucking doing it. And like, yeah, the farmers were like not getting what they wanted out of a deal, so they just fucking started shooting manure at the fucking Capitol buildings in France. Fucking crazy. Tama home, welcome in. Been a while since I've been here. How have you been, my friend? It's good to see you. Yeah, I'm not too bad, not too bad. I'm still very unwell, I haven't heard back from the doctor. I'm going to give them a call and be like, listen, you've had your fun. You know, I know it's been nice to have someone that's nice and polite, just coming in every so often to fill up your day, but I'm fucking done with this. Either you fix me or I'm going to become a problem. It's that simple. You know, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to sound petulant or bitchy or pathetic, but everybody has told me that until I start kicking off and making their lives difficult, they won't want to fix me and get rid of me. All the time I'm being polite. They're like, great, nice, easy, patient. So yeah, I need to start being a bit more pushy with them, which I don't want to do, but I also don't want to feel like shit anymore. I'm done. It's been 3 years of feeling like shit and I'm just fucking done. I'm fucking done with it. I'm fucking sick of being bloated and inflamed, headaches, memory loss, inability to speak and form sentences, dexterity. I'm incredibly clumsy. I forget things all the fucking time. I can't play golf properly. I can't work out at the gym properly. I feel like I can't stream as well. I can't work and be as productive as I was before at my job. I'm just not in a great place in many different ways, and I want to be better. I want to feel better. I want to be able to do better. And at the moment, my fucking lack of sleep and long COVID brain fog is just completely fucking ruining my life. So I've had enough. But anyway, other than that, I'm good. Lufting Massacre. They also banned it in old people's homes, even though it's basically killing the people. Makes two of us. Been going through a lot of eczema, lots of work stress, and a few problems myself. I'm not sure if the stress is what's setting off the eczema. I have read that skin conditions are sometimes caused by stress. But yeah, it's one of those situations where like the condition stresses you out, but stress is what makes the condition worse. It's just, yeah, it's fucking rough. So my heart's with you, dude. I hope you feel better soon. One way to solve the ever-aging population. It's a very, very morally difficult situation for the UK because there's so many old people that are being kept alive on the NHS dime, and it's really, really fucking stretching us out. And the stamp duty means they won't downsize their homes, they're living for longer, they won't move on. It's just a bit of a fucking morally grey area because overpopulation is a problem, especially when the big chunk of that population, I won't say what because I don't know exactly what ratio or portion it is, but when a large portion of your population is on a pension which is paid for by the state, and the state is struggling to fund enough tax to fund the NHS, and the NHS is looking after the people that are on the pensions, they're both dragging the whole system down. And they deserve to be alive. I'm not saying we need to euthanize them. I'm not implying that, but we have to try and find a way to make this work where people's life expectancy and the ability to support them in old age is managed and maintained and regulated, and sort of, you know, not creating the situation that is now. Because yeah, the triple lock on pensions mean pensions have gone up every year with inflation, but workers' wages haven't. So the tax has got so much of a burden because people aren't earning enough in the workforce to pay for the pensioners and all the tax for all the NHS and everything else that the government provides. And it's getting worse and worse over time. And yeah, economists said, I remember my mum telling me that, yeah, back in the day when they started talking about this triple lock, they said, you're going to be stealing from your children. If you do this, you're going to be stealing from your children. And everyone said they were crazy. They were sort of, you know, fear selling their ideology via the newspapers. But no, they were right. Now here we are, where pensions are the biggest draw on tax, along with a lot of other stuff. And the workforce just isn't paid enough to... the game keeps jumping to 300 FPS, which is a bit strange because it should be capped. It should be capped, but anyway. But yeah, it's a very, very morally complicated and awkward situation that there's a lot of elderly people that are kind of just hanging on, and we're going to have to pay for them, and we're going to have to keep them alive, which costs money. And yeah, it's a morally fucked up situation that, you know, a government from 20 years ago, 30 years ago has left us in. But yeah. This tiger hasn't eaten your leg while you were sleeping in your bed. Tigering, I think it was the heat as well. Yeah, you sweat a lot more, and obviously then the sweat dries your skin out because of the salt in the sweat. Possibly that as well, yeah. Birth rate in Western world, we're like a long time over underpopulation. Yeah, this is it, is the knock-on effect of everyone staying alive and staying in their homes and draining the tax system is an overpopulation of people that don't work, which is creating socioeconomic conditions which make it difficult for people in my generation to have settled down and had kids because we can't afford it. We haven't got the time or the money, and there aren't enough houses for us to move into to do it. So it's creating a knock-on effect, which is going to create a huge fall-off, because eventually these elderly people, despite our best efforts, they will pass away because they are elderly, and that's unfortunately what's going to happen. But when they all do, there'll be a massive decline and then a massive shift in markets like housing and all sorts of other stuff, because suddenly there'll be all these houses that are empty being sold for fucking nothing because they're going to cost too much to keep hold of on tax. And then, yeah, suddenly the NHS won't be burdened, and then we'll have to regulate it from then on in. The NHS should only really be looking after people up to a certain point. Beyond that, you're going to have to go private because the NHS can't afford to do everything. Because the NHS started as just, you know, a very sort of basic service that would preserve life, but it's slowly evolved to become this enormous medical kind of like plethora of services that everybody relies on. And it just can't manage it. It's too expensive. It needs to be, you know, refinanced and what's the word? Not refinanced as in sold and then, you know, bought back. It needs to have how much money it's spending on medicines rearranged, because there's many different departments in the NHS which are paying 200-300% markup on medicine, which is unacceptable. People are scamming the British public out of money via the NHS, which is fucking, it should be jail time. It should be absolute fucking jail time. We need to fucking get rid of these cunts because they're fucking bleeding us dry. Medications are getting so expensive, and America's even worse. Like Easel just said, America is equally fucked. America has more space, but again, the economy and everything is fucked. But anyway, we'll play the video game. We'll play the video game now. Sorry, but yeah.
Boy, whoa, man.
Whoa,
you mean
man.
my wife, I assume.
My wife.
I will return to her. I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Restructured, yeah. There's a lot of administrative malpractice and
Come on, she wants us back.
failure.
I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll
like
both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Like a lot of services, because the thing is, for a long time now, certain governmental bodies, certain people within politics, certain people within the financial world of the UK have been trying to make the NHS private so they can sell it off. Part of the agenda with privatisation is to make a service run so badly that it's implied the only way to save that service and keep it around is to sell it to somebody with the prospect of turning it into a profit-driven enterprise. And the problem with this is we did it with Royal Mail and we did it with the trains, both of which, in a very short span of time, i.e. 10, 15, 20 years, over my lifetime of 40 years, in the last, 20, 30 years, both of them have become absolutely fucking atrociously unreliable, incredibly expensive, and kind of a fucking joke of a service. And it's pretty clear that privatization will only ever result in a service becoming expensive and shit. So we may as well just bring it back under governmental control, where it will be shit but cheap. Because unfortunately, that's just the fucking pill, the bitter pill the UK is going to have to swallow, is that our postal service and our train services are always going to be dog shit. But at least if we get them out of private control and into governmental control, at least at that point we can try and make them cheap and subsidised, so we can all just put up with them being shit because it only costs £5-6 to get a train to London every day. Yeah, it's pie in the sky stuff. I'm not too sure how long it will take to get it back under control. I'll probably die the day it does, because that's probably how my life's going to go. I've been very lucky in life in some ways, but I have been born into a particularly financially and socioeconomically bad era of time. But I'm very lucky to have the life that I have. But trains, energy, food, shelter, all of these things are fucking eye-wateringly expensive. And a lot of them are not of very good quality. So, but I'm very lucky to have the life I have. I live somewhere nice. I have access to food. I have a loving family, and I've got lovely friends and you guys that hang out with me on my stream. So I'm not playing the victim card here. But yes, this is not a good era to be, you know, my age. It's not a good era to be alive. This country has fallen from grace significantly. Easel Juice, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, dude. That's very kind of you. All right, so my wife. You see, I said, whoa, man. Maybe it's freaking Swede. Destroy, exterminate. Wow, public service is corrupted. Oh, no, that's totally not possible. Yeah. Governmental control can fuck up stuff too, like a Swede. Yeah, well, I mean, it's fucked as it is. The thing is, the trains are fucked as they are, so they may as well be fucked by the government. Trust me, you don't want private healthcare. You literally deny claims, whatever want health. Yeah, in America, the healthcare system in America is fucking so bad. My heart bleeds for Americans that have got long-term health conditions, and the insurance companies just fucking wriggle out of it, and it's fucking disgusting how they send a letter saying that after 25 years of somebody's being covered for something, they're just not going to cover it anymore. And yeah, like a few people I know, because I used to ride BMX, whenever they would get the hospital bill for a broken leg or rib or eye socket or whatever they've broken, they would demand an itemized bill, and the chart, because they would say, this is your hospital bill, it's $57,000 or $112,000, and they'd say, I need to clear this with a few people. Can I have an itemized bill for all the various different services? Here is your itemized bill. It's $22,000. It's $7,000. And it was like, just asking for an itemized bill, just like 56%, 70% of the cost just went away. Just because you wanted proof of how much they charged. And it's like, you guys are fucking scamming people. It's so bad. Post-Nordics with Sweden, post-merge with your heavy debt shit mail service. Sweden, there you go. So take a painkiller and drink water and you have a heart problem, and then you get super bad healthcare if you're outside Stockholm. It always shit. Looks like 5 days to get something out of Sweden. Try to join stream, but when I can, but fuck me, I'm so busy these days. I appreciate that time, but whenever you've got a chance, but make sure you're resting as well. Don't spend time on the stream if you need to rest, dude. If you need to rest, then lurk. It's cool. We see you when we see you. You know, look after yourself, because you're obviously going through it quite a lot at the moment, based on your eczema and everything. I'm 100% a victim. My grandparents' tire houses were like 58k due to their idiocy. They're now 500. Yeah, this is kind of the thing in the UK as well. Always demand an itemized bill where you'd be fucked. Yeah, without lube. Yeah, exactly. Buy an elephant. Yeah. Serious condition, pay 6k and we'll sort it out. If not, you're fucked. Yeah. Switzerland is private healthcare, both heavily regulated. Pay $400 to hold your own fucking baby. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The post-birth holding. Yeah. Didn't they put that on a bill? They said, yeah, holding baby after birth was like $400. I was like, are you fucking serious? Is nothing sacred? Are you fucking serious? If you get an appointment within a month at the hospital, then you can choose any private hospital be paid by the government. Yeah, this is it. You have to create scenarios where they're incentivized to fucking perform. Otherwise, they won't. Anyway, I said I wasn't going to do a chatty. I was going to play the video game, but yeah.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting. On record. One of only 4 this century. And it's hers. Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact.
Private works if it's regulated.
That's her story to tell, not mine.
This is the thing. The UK would probably not allow anything to become privatised unless it was unregulated. This is the thing, is privatisation in the UK is taking something that's been a public service for 100 years, taking it away and then selling it back to people for a profit. And the only way you can really do that long term and continue to generate profit is if you're not regulated very heavily. And that's obviously not what happened with the trains. It's not what happened with the fucking postal service and a few other things. Privatisation hasn't worked.
About the mysterious Phasmid.
And yeah, there's an awful lot of short-sighted decisions made by government officials that don't really have the qualifications or the fucking wherewithal to do the position that they are currently appointed, and that's another big problem. And one of the biggest crimes is buildings that have been bought and paid for in the 40s, 50s, 60s, whatever, by the government, bought and paid for with tax. They sell them because they're worth like 16 times what they paid for them, sell them, and then rent them back, right? And when they rent them back, the rates are so fucking high that within 5, 6, 7 years, they've paid more in rent than they made selling the fucking government building. And that has got to be one of the most fucking brain-dead things I have ever fucking heard in my life. And I'm not even that smart. I'm not an economist. I'm not good at maths. I am not good at financial stuff. I've never been that good with money. But holy fucking shit, is that short-sighted. I don't even know how the way governments work, where things have to be put before a board of people and they all have to unanimously agree that it's a good decision to make on behalf of the public with the public's money. I have no idea how that shit gets greenlit. It is absolutely fucking brain dead to take stock of things that you already own and sell it and then rent it back so as to leave yourself in a position where you end up paying more than what you paid for it over a course of time. It's not even like we remortgage the they don't remortgage it and just pay the higher percentage of interest by freeing up some of the equity it's generated by saying, like, okay, we bought it for £58,000, it's now worth £658,000. If we remortgage it for £400,000, we've only got £258,000 to pay off, but it frees up a bunch of equity, right? Whatever, equity release is something that some people do. And the government's got a steady flow of tax, so maybe they can sort of get a good deal, and the governments tend to borrow money at like 1-2%. It's usually pretty fucking tame, the percentages. The interest rates, that is. But no, they sold it off. And I don't even know what they did with the money. I don't even know what they fucking did with the money, because they've never got enough of it. There's always tax being added to things. They add tax on tax. There'll be a tax pretty soon. When you get taxed, a certain percentage will go on top because you're getting taxed on your tax. And the thing is, they've generated so many forms of taxation on the public and the working class, and just refuse to tax millionaires. And they're like, well, they'll all go somewhere else. So what if they do? Well, they'll take all their money with them. They already take all their fucking money with them. That's how they became millionaires. Like, I'm not a smart guy, but it's pretty fucking clear. Like, if you fucking clock in fucking £650 million in profit, but you pay 80% of your workforce minimum wage, that's not entrepreneurial. That's fucking wage theft and tax evasion. That's how they got rich. They're not fucking clever. They're just not paying people enough, and they're not paying enough tax. That's just the fucking facts. You don't even need to be that smart to work it out. It's so fucking annoying. Excuse me. We're going to play the video game in a second, I promise, but yeah, this shit pisses me off. Need to be shot, the people that approved that dumb shit. Yeah, it's fucked. It's so fucked. So fucked. No person in public office should have their net worth increased. But well, yeah, this is the other thing, Easel Juice. In America, you guys have got people that work in Congress outperforming Warren Buffett in investments and stocks. Like, the best investor of all time. And then the government officials are making more money than them. talk about insider trading. It's fucking wild. They're making like $115 million a year from their stocks and shares and investments, and yet Warren Buffett is like making 60, 70 million a year, and they're the best investor that's ever lived. It's fucking. If you weren't so fucking greedy, you could probably get away with it, but they can't help themselves. They just can't help themselves. Fucking stupid. Got a Chinese surgeon to look at her back, and he had already learned Danish, and everything was supposedly really funny. It's always nice when like somebody moves to a country to be a doctor and they learn the language so they can better serve their patients. That's a really confidence-filling, confidence-boosting kind of thing. If measured by the standards of natural law and justice, all politicians of all parties are virtually without any exception are guilty, whether directly or indirectly, of murder, homicide, trespass, invasion, expropriation, theft, fraud, and offensing of stolen goods on a massive and ongoing scale. And every generation of politics and parties appears to be worse and piles ever more atrocities on top of ever more atrocities and perversions on top of the already existing mountain. It's true. So many politicians are just in it for the money. They're not actually passionate about the thing that they're in charge of. They're just there to make as much money as possible, and it's made the political system a fucking joke in this country. Should be hung, put in jail, or right to send or set to make a compensation. Here now you'll have an inheritance tax, so you've got to pay tax on the money that was already paid tax on because you. This is the thing, QFit. Somebody could work, right, and pay tax on all the money they spend to have a flat and to be able to get to work and everything. And they get taxed on their earnings, so they save up their earnings after paying tax. Then they want to give those earnings to somebody else, and he gets fucking taxed again. It's like, are you fucking serious, man? Absolutely shameless thievery. It's ridiculous. Tax logic, tax the poor makes $20 out of 30, but tax people to make $1 million, only $2. Yeah, it's just, it's when their tax gets worked out to like 7%, 11%, 16%. Are you fucking serious? Like, at the very least, if you've got millions and millions and millions of pounds in the bank, at least just fucking pay your way. Everybody feels the sting when they have to pay tax. Everybody feels the sting. You're no different. I don't give a fuck if it's 10 million or 10 pounds. If somebody comes along and takes 40% of it, 30% of it, it's annoying. But you have to. You have to. You fucking earn that money from an economy, so you have to pay your fucking dues. Pay your fucking taxes. Oh, it's complicated. It's not complicated. If everybody just fucking paid their taxes, and I mean everybody just paid their taxes, everything would be fine. Countries that have really high tax but subsidize everything, much better quality of life. Every census, every time that people are asked, much better quality of life. Yes, you pay 60% tax, but you don't have to buy anything. You don't have to pay for anything. Basically, everything is covered by the government in some way, shape, or form. Or it's subsidized so much it makes it so cheap it doesn't matter. Like, it works. It will work. But the millionaires are just never going to pay their fair share of the tax, which is how they become millionaires. That's what I was getting. That's how they become millionaires. They just don't pay as much tax as the rest of us. It's fucked. Nancy Pelosi even have an index so you can copy her strategy. Yeah, if one is moving to a new country, one should know the native language. Yeah, you should try for sure. Needs to be burned at the stake. There's no damn way. She's not a witch like Hillary. Imagine being Danish and having no tax on inheritance. Miss the old days where citizens could say fuck this and straight up murder every idiot and charge and stuff. Yeah, the revolution. Yeah, this is what I was saying to my barber. My barber was like, what do you think is going to happen? And I was like, I would like to clarify. I don't want this to happen, but I feel a very big riot. A very, very big, violent riot. Police officers dead in the street. Fucking number 10 ransacked. Shops destroyed. Things set on fire. Just biblical levels of unrest. People will die, there'll be injuries, there'll be all kinds of ramifications. Everything will fucking hit the fan in such a big way. And then the government and the billionaires and the millionaires will realise, okay, that's the limit. That's the limit. But until that happens, they just keep pushing it. And I don't want it to happen. Like I say, I don't want to go to the doctors and be fucking rude to them. I don't, because I know they work hard. Most of them, some of the time. But I know that until you make it a fucking problem, nobody will do anything in this country. Nobody will do anything in this country until you make it their problem. You have to make it a problem for them before they'll even do anything. And I hate it. I hate the way I have to convince everybody that I'm talking to that when I'm asking them to do something, they have to fucking do it. That's why I'm asking. If I could do it myself, I would, but I'm not allowed to for some law, some regulation, or because I'm not qualified to do it. I have to pay someone else to do it. When I pay someone else to do it, I expect them to fucking do it. I expect someone to fucking do their job. I'm so annoyed at how many times in the last 5 to 10 years I have had to go to somebody else whose job it is to do something and argue with them about doing it. Whereas me, I get given some work to do, I do it to the best of my ability and I try and get it back to the person as quickly as possible because that's what I fucking do. I am a deliverer. I make things happen because that's how the real fucking world works. Nobody gives a fuck about the story. Nobody gives a fuck about your intentions or blah, 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 blah. Fucking deliver. Find a way to fucking deliver. It's that simple. That's the fucking trick. Work really fucking hard and be the guy that delivers and you'll be fine. Doesn't matter how many fucking mistakes you make. If you're the guy that fucking delivers 9 times out of 10, you'll be fine. It's that simple. But I swear to God, every time I have to pick up the phone or go to somebody's office or go to some kiosk somewhere, I have to fucking finagle somebody into doing their part of something so I can then go and do what I'm supposed to be doing, and it pisses me off so fucking much how much I have to argue with people about just providing the service for which they are paid to fucking provide. I know working sucks. That's why we get paid for it. Just fucking do the thing. Just fucking do it. It's easier than arguing. You have all of the equipment and training to do it. Just fucking do the thing. Nobody would be on your case giving you a hard time if you just fucking did what you're supposed to do. Life doesn't have to be complicated. You're like, my job is so fucking stressful. It's because you never fucking do your job. Because you don't do your job. You find ways to not do your job. You find ways to get out of it as much as possible. That's why your life is difficult. Just fucking do your job. If you don't like doing your job, find another one. Sorry. I just haven't got the patience anymore. I turned 40 and that was it. All of my patience for this shit just went out the fucking window. I'm just, yeah. Excuse me. Survives purely on Nazi gold. Switzerland get a vote. They're in jail. They have a direct democracy. Not really. In the UK took Nazi gold. Well, I think a lot of people, the Americans and the UK took a lot of Nazi scientists, I think. Nazi Germany acquired or wrangled up a lot of scientists to do a lot of scary things. But then those scientists after the war, where did they go? People listen better to violence or fear than violence, in my opinion. If you fear people murdering you over your shitty fucking job, you should tend to not do a shitty job. Yeah. I'll clarify. Hey, FBI, we need a fucking civil war. But I don't want people to get hurt. I don't want working class people that are just trying to fucking live their lives to get hurt. But I feel like until somebody starts smashing up the government buildings, nothing's going to change, But I don't want to incite violence. I don't agree with it, of course, but yeah. The left in the USA and the UK will hang people they don't like, just like the Germans did in 1941, just drag people out of their homes. That will happen for sure. Yeah, this is it. Once it kicks off, things can turn. You can kick off at the government, and then you can come to an agreement, and then we get an extra day's bank holiday or whatever. We get more. We get like less taxation or something. But it could also turn into a riot where people start beating each other to death, and I don't want that, because as much as the police are going to act like a fucking militia for the government, they are human beings as well. I mean, fuck the police, but also they are human beings as well. They're just doing a job that they found themselves in. And some of them don't deserve to be beaten to death, but they will be. And I don't like that, which is why I don't think riots are the way forward. Protesting, peaceful protests, but then the police show up and then suddenly it's not a peaceful protest anymore. You ever notice that? The peaceful protest is always peaceful until the police get there, And then you have to ask yourself, who out of these two groups of people, who came dressed for a fight? Who came with body armor and tear gas? Who came, specifically with the intention of requiring equipment that denotes violence? Who just showed up in t-shirts and Vans to stand there and chant that they want better treatment? It's always peaceful till the police show up. Make custom furniture, and guess what if I make shitty furniture? No one will buy my shit. Exactly. If you make a bad product, you don't do a good job, you don't have a job, But so many people just don't do their fucking jobs, and it makes the country a complete fucking shit show sometimes. There's always one person in the chain of people that's just phoning it in and fucking it up for everyone else. Say their work is stressful, don't they? Even though real stress. Well, yeah, it's true as well. Operation Paperclip, so did the UK. Operation Paperclip. Is that the operation where they scooped up all those scientists to do some more work after the war? New World War idea, the people versus every politician and rich douche that doesn't pay taxes. Well, yeah, there should be, for change and for keeping everything the same, there should be keep everything status quo, team status quo, and team change. We all line up somewhere in London and we just have a fucking massive tear up. You have to fucking, you know, show up if you want to get involved. Everyone else can just steer clear. We have a massive fucking tear up and the winners get to choose what happens. Simple as that. Because those millionaires and billionaires, they're going to pay a bunch of people to show up, to fight for them. We're all going to say to them, if you're being paid by a millionaire, just come join our side. Fuck them. You know, you've got the money. Fuck them. You know, we'll just fucking kill them and take the money, you know, and they'll be like, cool, okay, you know. So yeah, I'm up for that because it's voluntary. It's voluntary. The UK took SS interrogators to make MI5 successful. And trash people who don't pay tax either, like druggies, like rioting. But yeah, but the thing is, druggies aren't the reason why millions and millions of pounds bleed out of the economy every year. They're not as much of an impact as millionaires, trust me. Fuck more 3 days off. How about give me back my money, you fucking thieves? Yeah. So they're fuck the police because they're not all bad because of some police. Yeah, not all police are terrible, but you know, the police do tend to fuck with the working class a lot more than they should, which is why when people say ACAB, I'm like, yeah, if you live in the working class and you get pestered by the police all the time, I can see why you would hold that belief. I know there's probably good policemen out there, but yeah. Hi, Crumsy, what we're talking about are the usual shit. Anti-capitalism, fucking riots, fuck the wealthy upper class, you know, all the fucking classics. Welcome in, Vid. It's good to see you, dude. Apologies, though, we do have an ad break coming up. I'm going to pop you guys on the BLW screen. When we come back, I promise, we are going to play the video game. I love talking to you guys about this stuff, and it's kind of on brand for the game. But yes, we will play the video game when I come back, I promise. I apologise, but yes, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll carry on. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Right. Oh, no. Fuck's sake. Okay. That had to happen, didn't it? Fucking did it. Orphan of Kos. Done. Or I mean, I know Deadeye might have been a little bit better there, but problem is he kind of spunked a whole lot, sometimes by accident. I mean, the Deadeye, I mean. Bit of a puzzle to figure out which ones to reverse and which ones to leave. Is this no. That's why there's a shortcut. That's why there's a shortcut, breadcrumbs. Come on, you know how these games work. You know how these games work. Might as well tank it. Can't escape it, might as well tank it. This one's for you, Kate. This one's for you. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. You unbalanced trash. Get fucked. Do you see me, chat? Get fucked. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Don't fuck with me, game. Game. Game, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me, game. It didn't want to let me do that. There's probably a proper solution. It didn't want to let me do that. So we need to go down. Yeah? No. Oh my lord. And yeah, it's one of those pronunciation things with Japanese. You don't say nanny, you say nuni. I think that'll do it. Hey, you want to see my puppet string completely fucking break there? Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. It's good to see you, Vin. I hope you're well. Frogmen on standby. Yeah, exactly. Get paid first, then don't do shit. Just like the politicians. Yeah, exactly, dude. Hurt the working class. Well, I think druggies are mostly harmless, to be honest. You know, day to day, I don't think they really pose much of an impedance financially, or physically or emotionally. I think millionaires not paying tax and that massively degrading the kind of quality of life the working class has, because every public service can't be funded well enough, is a much bigger impact. In Europe, in certain areas, they might be violent and everything, but not every violent crime is drug related, and not every drug related offence is violent crime. But yeah, I get that there is a contingency of it, but I feel like drug addicts are a much smaller portion. And the impact they have pales in comparison to the overall impact of just not enough tax going into the system. And the working class has been taxed to death. We physically just can't pay any more tax.
Suffice to say,
but yeah,
it's long been our dream
Paris
to
is
find
dangerous,
proof of the Insulindian Phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Millionaires don't hurt Germany, for instance. Well, it's just millionaires, well, maybe not millionaires, but billionaires, and, people that have like 100 and something million just sitting there in the bank. It's indicative of a system which is not well balanced or regulated enough, because I don't have a problem with people that provide a very, very unique and rare service that therefore they can charge a lot of money for. There's always going to be some form of economic scale to what people are capable of and how much money that's worth based on the prevalence of various different market trends and so on and so forth. There's always going to be variances. That's how things have always been. But we have allowed things to become quite polarized, where almost everybody is on minimum wage or only just above minimum wage. Then there's a very, very, very small evaporating middle class that are either 1 in a billion becoming super rich and wealthy, but the rest of them are slowly slipping into the working class, where they're middle class people have always worked, but they've always been paid quite well, but they're now being squeezed and taxed a lot as well, because the millionaires and billionaires don't want them moving in and becoming rich as well, because that would mean less money for them. This is the thing, is it genuinely is a mental disorder when people have basically everything you could ever want, but they're still not happy. And for the 50th year in a row, they think earning an extra 5%, so 650 billion rather than 612, you know, they think that'll make them happy, but it obviously won't. At a certain point, you have to say, well, you've got so much fucking money, and yet you're still not happy. At what point do you need to be a fucking rational human being and pursue some other form of validation or happiness? Because it's pretty clear that money isn't going to do it for you. So how about you let somebody else have some fun with that money, rather than just stacking it up because you need to compete with other people over how much money you've got in the bank? It's kind of just a bit pathetic, and it's a mental disorder, in my opinion. Can't even be that hard. They will just talk about cancel culture. Well, there's just accountability, isn't there? Yeah, it's good to see you, Ben. Super busy. I hope you've been good busy, because there's good busy and bad busy. I hope you've been good busy. Frankfurt, for instance, people get glass bottles thrown at them. Yeah, I mean, but I think, yeah, I think those people would throw glass bottles at people even if they weren't on drugs, if they were drinking. You know, like I don't think it's specifically the drugs that are making them do that. I think there's something else about that person, and drugs make it worse, 100%. But yeah, I don't think it's you know, it's not like someone just snorts a line and is like, right, down with the bourgeoisie, and start throwing empty wine bottles at fucking everyone that walks past. You know, I think that there's a lot more going on there. And in fact, to try and flesh out my argument, if druggies are causing problems in society, ask yourself, why are they druggies? Is it because they're struggling to find shelter, food, energy, employment? You know, and is that a symptom of the fact that there are not enough homes, not enough jobs, energy's too expensive, food's too expensive? And is that because big corporations like supermarkets and landlords and letting agencies own everything and refuse to sell it at a reasonable price, at the behest of the billionaires in the C-suite and the investment board that want their fucking 5% year on year, because that's what capitalism is? So in effect, I think the druggie is at the end of I think the druggie exists because they have issues, and those issues stem from the effect of billionaires. So actually, I think that they are one and the same, arguably. But yeah, you could argue otherwise, but I feel like one causes the other, not the other way around. One of them causes the other one to exist, and not to completely say that it isn't some form of moral failure to be an addict that's aggressive towards the public. There's obviously some accountability and moral failure there. But I feel like once you understand that this keeps happening to certain people in certain situations, you begin to realize that there isn't anything really special about that. They are just an outcome, and they're not happy about it. And I think some of those feelings could be validated and could be sort of explored by a psychotherapist who could maybe help them get off drugs and try and find a way to be more productive so they could be gainfully employed and feel like they have something in life. But yeah. Gabe and Trey Parker and Matt Stone be billionaires. Yeah, I don't know. It's just the ratio of like how evil and awful they are seems to change as they get. Once they get so wealthy they can buy whatever they want, they no longer have a moral compass that would be used in previous times to justify their wants and needs. They can now buy whatever they want, so they don't have to fucking answer for anything. And I think that absolute power corrupts, absolutely. And I think that once somebody could just buy whatever they want, they become fucking pedos, they become fucking, you know, human rights violators, you know, they become above the law because they've got so much fucking money that in a capitalist world where almost everything has a price tag on it, they're just above the system. And I don't agree with it. Countries, of course, you can't answer for other countries. No, I can't. I can only talk about my own experience. As with anything, I can only talk about my own experience, of course. Drinking is a drug. Yeah, it is true. Fentanyl doesn't help. No, yeah, the kinds of drugs people do has a big effect. Because people, I mean, you know, technically people that smoke weed are druggies, but they're not violent, are they? You know, they barely cause any problems in society at all. They're not as productive as people that don't smoke weed. So, ooh, big bad marijuana. It's going to make you fucking, it's going to make your dick fall off because you won't show up to work in a factory for fucking 9 hours a day for the rest of your life to punch out plates to make cars to help the American economy or something. I can't remember what fucking documentary it was, but they're like, yeah, you know, they demonize marijuana because it makes you less productive. And if you're less productive, the economy suffers. If the economy suffers, people don't get rich. So they made marijuana seem like this awful drug that was going to fucking ruin your life, and it's a gateway drug to heroin. I know fucking thousands of stoners. I have met thousands of stoners in my life, and only 1 or 2 of them have ever done anything like proper, like narcotic, heroin, that sort of stuff. Only 1 or 2 of them, you know, and one of them is off of it now and is actually fine. But yeah. They demonized the fuck out of marijuana, but now we're finding out that CBD and a few other things that are in marijuana, THC and all that sort of stuff, it can help people with seizures, and it can help medicate people in ways that modern medicine can't. And it's a natural thing. So as long as it isn't massively overdosed, it won't kill anyone. But it's taken like my entire lifespan for that to be the case. And I'm like, it's fucking crazy how many people had fucking motor neuron and motor function deficiencies where they've had fucking spasms and they couldn't even spoon cereal into their mouth. And they allow them to take CDB, and within 45 minutes, they're eating. They can feed themselves. They can wash themselves. They can go to the toilet themselves because they're not having constant spasms. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? My whole life I've seen people have those conditions, and we could have fixed it if we just allowed a drug that was made people a little bit less productive at work to be fucking like taxed and regulated. We could have medicated those people. All because what? We didn't want the economies to make less money. Fuck off, man. Fuck the fuck off, man. That is fucking horseshit. I feel so fucking bad for every elderly person that's almost on death's door who's had fucking tremors their whole life, hasn't been able to look after themselves their entire 80, 90-year life, and we're only just now figuring out that actually something that's been on the planet longer than we have, a naturally occurring plant, could have fucking solved your tremors and given you a life. And they have to fucking... Oh, man. My heart fucking bleeds for those people, man. Because watching them being unable to feed themselves and they can't even put their glasses on because they can't hold steady long enough. It's fucking heartbreaking, dude. They can't even pick up a cup to drink. They can't even drink them. They have to have a straw put in their mouth. They have to have someone hold their head back so they can drink because they can't keep their head up long enough to swallow properly. It's fucking heartbreaking, man. And we had a fucking solution. It was right fucking there. But because it was demonized by the government, because of the fucking concerns over the economy, yeah, fuck that, dude. Fuck them. China manufacture like 92% of the defense until they get into Europe, and USA makes us weaker, so you can't buy stuff cheaper. Well, yeah, well, the thing is, what's crazy about worldwide logistics is drug dealers manage to smooth out economy fluctuations better than most actual legit companies. The price of drugs doesn't really fluctuate as much as petrol, food, energy, all sorts of stuff. Economic unrest and suddenly prices in supermarkets and petrol pumps and electricity bills double, right? Because of economic instability. But a bag of weed is a bag of weed. A bag of coke is a bag of coke. And they ship that shit all around the world. It gets fucking manufactured and produced somewhere, and it gets shipped around the world and everything. They keep the prices stable because it's their business model. It's crazy. The drug dealers do a better job of market stabilization than the fucking government. It's fucked. It's actually fucked. It's fucking crazy how, like, yes, occasionally your dealer might not have any weed. Everyone's a bit dry sometimes because of seizures and a few other things like that. Not seizures like I was talking about before, but like people the police seizing it. Things might dry up every now and again, but there's usually somebody, and the prices might go up a little bit because of demand, but yeah, it's still better supply and demand economics than most fucking supermarkets or energy providers or fucking all sorts of other stuff that's legit. It's fucked. Anyway, never Gable or Trey said anything evil. Yeah, probably not. Gateway to heroin is so... Yeah, you need to make several steps before you start thinking about that stuff. The union, the business is buying, get behind the great documentary. Weakening a country with drugs has happened many times with the Opium War. Yes, no, there are all sorts of theories about how foreign nations flood other places with drugs. But it's difficult to confirm how much of it is true because there is an awful lot of propaganda out there these days. Anyway.
No. The traps
Sorry.
need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the Phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Cryptozoologist is such a title. Yeah, cryptozoologist. Insulindian Phasmid.
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the Phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net... Yes.
Oh shit, sorry.
What? No. No, of course not. Why? Well, he's been a little unenthusiastic about the trip. More so than usual. That's understandable. He just wants to get home and warm up.
He doesn't want to say it, but this is unusual. Gary's been to the jungle with him, to places way more challenging than the coast. Why so eager to go home?
So, I know there's more dialogue, but I already did. We saw the Phasmid at the end of our last playthrough, so I'm going to try and not do it this time. I mean, I'm not going to check the traps or anything. But yeah, I won't interact with them too much because I don't want to accidentally pick up the quest to check the traps, and then obviously we see the Phasmid at the end of the game. But we've already done that ending, so in the hopes of getting a different ending for a trophy, I'll leave them be. But it is there's a pretty cool piece of artwork you see of Harry like looking up at it. It's a really cool painting. I mean, it's Rostov. A lot of Rostov's painting for this game is amazing. But yes, as well as drugs flooding into Western world countries to try and weaken the workforce in the army, there was a theory going around that TikTok, people realized that if you VPN to China, when TikTok was owned by a Chinese company, if you VPN to China, the TikTok algorithm only pushes content that's to do with science, education, things that genuinely, refer to and champion intelligence and work ethic, whereas the UK algorithm is just like pushing all of the stupid, most inane, brainless stuff, just dances and trends that don't mean anything, just to try and distract the youth. So kind of like drugs, but social media.
You see, a once bright mural towering above you.
Rostov? TikTok is still owned by a Chinese company, bike dance outside of the USA.
But you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D.
Did it not get bought out? I thought it got bought out by an American. I think there was a deal where they bought out the majority of it. An American company did, but I'm not sure. Only in the US. Well, yeah, but if I'm seeing content posted by American people, then that's I'm obviously not seeing stuff from China because I don't speak Chinese. This is the thing about English-speaking content. The majority of English-speaking content, just by brute force, is going to be American because there's just a lot more Americans, right? Your app, because you are in the UK, goes through ByteDance China, so your app is still Chinese-owned. Yeah, but I suppose if I'm seeing content from America, which I quite often do, that's going to be beholden to the American content standards, whereas if I see content from elsewhere, because this is the thing, because it's like I use the app, but the content I see on the app is from other parts of the world, so I suppose that content and how it performs is governed by the algorithm for that specific region of the world, and obviously there's a split between the American governed stuff and the Chinese governed stuff, so I wonder how that pans out in the longer term. The surveillance would be Chinese, for instance. Yeah, of course. But the silly thing is, to avoid a lot of the age verification stuff, I VPN to America because it means I'm still going to get English websites, but I skirt past a bunch of the UK kind of like fucking verification stuff that wants me to upload my face to some third party.
Especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitaragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
How do you know Kim's name?
Nice to meet you.
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer.
Oh, Google would force that too for all countries, so fuck Google then.
49 years ago.
Well,
so they didn't have windows on the south wall.
Like, I think now you can't turn off the AI summary. So when you Google something, and that's a really, AI has obviously affected lots of things, but one of the really sort of big ones is that there's been a whole industry around Google search optimization or search engine optimization, to avoid using a term that's copyrighted. But so many people in the webmaster, web space, web design, and everything else kind of web-focused world will be building websites in a way that is like favorable to the way Google will find it, and certain words and certain buzzwords and certain things, and you pay Google to push your results up the list. But now so many people are just clicking on the AI summary and not clicking on those. People are stopping. Google aren't getting paid as much. People are like, well, why the fuck would I pay for it? Most people are just taking your fucking AI summary. So I'm not going to pay you to push my hit up the list if you're always going to put your AI summary at the top, which people are going to read and not click on anyone else's website. So that's, there's no point paying you anymore because I'm not getting anywhere near what I used to. So Google, having implemented AI, has lost a huge revenue stream, because that was still a huge business for Google, was people paying them to artificially move their search results up the relevancy list when somebody looks something up.
Yes, hypertext.
So yeah, that was obviously a concern of theirs.
Of cultural hyperlinks.
He's just making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything.
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
He's hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching his themed colouring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer.
Age verification to use Android, for
instance. It's a
instance.
programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into verbs lately.
Yes, I think at some point I'm going to install a Linux partition on my MacBook and use that for like watching Twitch streams and doing a few other things, just to see if it performs a bit better. And once I've got a bit more confident with, working with Linux on my laptop, because that I won't have to do anything too complicated, so I can just use it, and learn as I go. And then once I start to get more confident, I'll make a partition for OBS for my streaming machine, on my streaming machine, and then I'll start building a Linux version of the stream. And if I can play games on Linux, I can stream on Linux, and it just runs better, and I have more control over my devices, and I don't have to fucking deal with all the bloatware that's in Windows, then I'll transfer over. Obviously, I'll have to have a Windows partition because some stuff just won't work. But I know a few people that did make the transition to Linux, and they were streaming off of Linux, but when they were playing games, they had a lot of crashes and a few other things as well. So, we'll see how we get on. Fortunately, I feel as if these days, if I play a game on Steam on a Linux partition and I save my progress, if we have problems with playing the game via Linux on Steam, or via Steam on Linux as the platform, as the OS, if I have to boot into Windows to play it just to get through the game, then fine, we'll do that. But yeah, I feel like a lot of us should probably just fire up a Linux partition and just use that for basic stuff and only boot into Windows when we really need to. Because yeah, Microsoft has fallen from grace. Windows 11 is fucking crazy to me. Like, even the file manager, like the file explorer, just going, looking for files that I need to copy and move to somewhere else to do something. File Explorer crashes and I have to close it and restart it. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Something that's been in Windows since I think 3.2. I don't know if 3.1 had a file manager, but I think 3.2 had a file manager. And obviously DOS, you can just do /dir for directory and just see everything and scroll through it. It takes fucking forever, of course. But back in the day when you only had like maybe 2 gigabytes of overall storage for your whole machine, or 512 megabytes on some of the really, really old ones, there weren't that many files, right? But yeah, File Explorer doesn't work. It's fucked. And I'm like, damn, Windows is literally falling apart at the seams.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
Nowadays, Linux gaming is easier because of Steam Deck. When searching in File Explorer, it takes like 15. Yeah, it's slow as fuck. Left before Windows 3.1. That's why it went to shit. But yeah, no, I think I sent you the post about one of the graphical APIs being ported to work on Linux, because obviously that will help gaming a lot.
This man is your half brother. You feel it, but why?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Feld Electrical, and Feld, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D? It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Yes, one of the graphical APIs, which is like a big instruction set, so it can act as an application protocol interface. Or application, is it applied program interface or application protocol interface? It's how two different pieces of software speak to each other. So obviously, video games speaking to a GPU to ask it to do things obviously needs an API. As far as I know, I'm not an expert on that sort of thing.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era.
Application programming interface, yeah. So yeah, I suppose you would class it as interoperability, but like, it's not like two programs both are made to do the same thing or to do something in the same way, so that you can freely pass like data from one program to the other, because that wouldn't require an API. That would be part of the instruction set of the two pieces of software. An API is something that takes one program and what it puts out and kind of translates it into what the other program is expecting by rerouting some of the I don't know if you call them data threads, but yeah, it sort of rearranges and reformats the data into, it's the same data, it's just been reformatted by the interface into something that the other program can understand, because sometimes the format or the type of information that comes out of one piece of software won't necessarily just plug into all of the various different endpoints of another piece of software, which is why you need an API that takes the outcome of this mathematical equation that gives it the value for this triangle and that angle, and then the texture needs to copy that angle, and obviously you can do that in the in the GPU. But like I say, I haven't read enough about it to talk about it with any confidence. But yeah, I know that one of the more sort of utilized APIs in terms of graphics for computer games was actually rewritten or ported over to work on Linux, which then makes gaming even easier.
Eating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here.
Because lots of people will be like, oh, you can't play games on Mac. I'm like, you can play games on Mac, they just don't make games for the Mac. They're always the same thing. And I was like, all right, And I booted into Windows 10 and played Control on my MacBook, and someone was like, so you could just run Windows on the Mac computer. I was like, it's an Intel GPU and an AMD, it's an Intel CPU and an AMD GPU. Of course you can run Windows on it. It's not a different instruction set. It's x86. You know, I mean, they're ARM now, so you would need a very different build of Windows. And I don't know how it would work. But you've been able to dual boot Windows onto a Mac for years. And yeah, what's crazy is that, yeah, it's an 8 gigabyte GPU, and it's a 2.9 gigahertz processor. It's an Intel i9. But obviously it's very heavily thermally throttled, because obviously it's a fucking laptop. It's really fucking thin. It's crazy how thin that MacBook Pro is. And it'll play video games, but not for like 5 hours. You know, you can play a video game for like an hour before you start to see it start to drop frames and stuff, because it just gets too hot. It is a laptop after all, you know, but it's possible. If you turn the settings down and you have a manual thing to just make the fans 100% all the time, you can probably play through a game for quite a while. But yeah, you wouldn't want to do it on the battery, because it'll fucking eat the battery alive. But you can do it, you know, if you want to. And obviously you can. It's got 4 USB-C ports, so you can dock the laptop. You can dock to a screen and have a full-size screen. Bluetooth keyboard and mouse. Yeah, you can play games on it. You know, I played Tomb Raider. I played Control. Played a few different things on that laptop. Obviously, some games are going to bring it to its knees, but I think there's a few games, as long as you're happy playing like 900p, which on a tiny little laptop screen isn't really a problem. It's not that bad. Yeah, it's you can play games on a Mac, and the thing is, you don't even need to dual boot like all the time. If you pay for a program called Wine, you can wineskin. You can wrap a program with an emulator layer, which means that when you open it on Mac, it runs it in a window environment that's like Windows being booted up. But obviously, it's a much shorter boot sequence, because it's only trying to get the operating system running for the purposes of the game, which is why you build the wineskin for it. And yeah, you could just run Windows in a window on the Mac, which was, yeah, like, you know, again, that completely blew people away. And I was like, see, you know, a Mac can do all these things when I'm using a Mac for designing things. The way Mac OS works is just super helpful for not getting in the way of the creative process. It doesn't break you out of that creative flow, which is very, very helpful. But yeah, if I need to open up a program that only runs on Windows, I can do that if I have to. You know, it's not impossible.
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
NVIDIA is anti-Linux historically. And well, yeah, I mean, Apple became anti-NVIDIA. They got fed up of waiting for NVIDIA and Intel to develop new chips so they could then do Apple, like Macintosh computers. They had to wait for Intel and NVIDIA to come out with new stuff before they could then start making new products. So that kind of made them second fiddle. And they weren't a fan of that. So which is why they've slowly...
enough to be a take-it-home solution, revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer.
They moved over to AMG GPUs on some deal, stuck with Intel CPUs for a little while, but then they decided to dump a bunch of money on ARM processor research, and obviously they learned a lot from making phones. Eventually they got so good at making chips for phones that, well, why don't we just make a chip for a laptop? So they came up with the M2 or whatever, M1 or M2, and yeah, it's remarkable. Like, they've come up with a laptop that has like smartphone battery life and optimization, but it can perform incredibly well. And because that has now influenced the phone designs, my phone will play like AAA games if I plug it into a power source, of course, because the GPU is that strong inside that thing. It's fucking kind of crazy. But now they're on their own. They can do whatever they want. And they put the whole thing on one die. You know, you've got your CPU and your GPU cores and shared unified memory across the whole lot, all on one die. And then you've got a logic board that basically just feeds that one die. And obviously, because you've only got one die doing all of the work, you've only got to have one power supply for that one die, depending on how many watts it uses. But that means that you've got all your heat in one place, which means you can focus all of your cooling in one place. So there's a number of optimizations that make, the Macs like remarkably powerful. And they've sort of entered into a new era of Mac computers just being really fucking good.
Which is a feat of
lots of other things have started to fall off, but yeah.
ICN and ZUM haven't achieved yet.
Mac is basically Unix. Yeah, it's Unix. So it's very, yeah, you use sudo and you do a lot of Linux commands in terminal to make stuff work. Want to get a next computer just for the lore of it. Yeah, I mean, Apple IIs, you know, like... You know, like an Apple II would be a cool collector's item. As well as a G5. Do you know what? This is the G5 Mac Pro case. This is one of the most beautiful cases I think I've ever seen in my life. I think this is like kind of one of the peaks of case design, and I would love to modify one to take an ATX motherboard and take the GPU that I would love to have a build inside one of these, because the old rounded plastic ones, they were so heavy and they had handles, they were classed as a weapon. In some states they were classed as a weapon because you could hit someone over the head with it and it would. But yeah, they're like solid aluminium. And yeah, it's just one of the nicest looking cases I think I've ever seen. The black inlays and stuff, yeah, they're just... I remember the day that the college I was at got like 2 or 3 of them, and I remember like turning it on for the first time and just opening up Photoshop, and it was like, ding, everything was there, and I was like, well, fuck me, man, this is fucking the next level. So yeah, I'm always on the hunt. I hope to own one of these cases at one point, but I don't want one that's been kicked, like had the shit kicked out of it. I want like a good example, because I would love to do a build inside one of these. I'd love to do like a modern Windows build in one of these, because yeah, it's a case that I fell in love with, and I mean I don't know how much they cost now. I just want the case really, but yeah, when you look, I mean, you know, for the best of the best, from back in the day. You can get the Xeon 64 gigabytes of RAM, the 2.8 gigahertz Xeon, TerraStory ATI 2600 8-core. Yeah, $2,000. I mean, they were probably about $3,000 when they were new. But yeah, I just want the case really, because I don't really want to put anything in there. I don't really want any of the stuff that's in there because it's old and useless to me now. I just want the case, and then I want a kit to modify it to take an ATX motherboard, but I need to make sure you can get a 4080 in there. Because I love my H9 Flow. It's a nice case, but that's dream case territory. Dream case. Macintosh 128K, also legendary. The only computer that survived the Earth dying in Starfield. But yeah, there was, I mean, the white iMacs that were flat screen but had the front loading disc tray. They were also, they were CRT. They were CRT. What generation was it? It's the G4. What was the G2? iMac. So, oh no, maybe because I feel like it was an all-in-one. It was an all-in-one. It wasn't the G3, but it went to the island after. So, what other? Because it was like just a screen. I won't be able to find it, I don't think. Unfortunately, I won't be able to find it. Was it an eMac? Yes, that's it. eMac. These were cool as fuck. Because it was a CRT. It was a flat screen CRT. It had a front-loading disc tray, the speakers, everything was all in one, and it was just this rounded screen thing. These things were so fucking cool. 4x3, but so fucking cool. So they were called eMacs. I didn't realize there was an eMac as well as iMac. Anyway.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
That's one of the achievements.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans. They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bombessier d'Insulind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention. Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
It didn't end well for the boys. Some of you may remember the lads, and we borrowed the lads to go and give Jerry a bit of a thrashing. There have been some teething problems with that, Jerry not quite as compliant as we hoped. Do you remember the lads?
No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like, but word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
And now they're on a beach, and I know that sounds good, but it's not so much pebbly as it is bomby. What we would need...
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Jews joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world.
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
Actually, I think there is. No, it's too much. He's joking.
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
Because, yeah, we've only got 3 more spaces left, haven't we? So I want to be a bit more careful because, I could use a skill point to forget them, but I don't want to. But yeah, we've obviously lent a lot more on these, this playthrough than the other ones. Right. Analyze Gary's composure to find out if he's hiding. Yeah, I need to go back and do that skill check at some point. Get Isabel and Lilianne in the nameless fishing village down the coast to sign Everett's document. Once the signatures are secured, mail the document to Everett's accountant using the mailbox in the plaza in front of the world. Yeah, we can do that. It's pretty easy. Analyze Gary's computer. Yeah. I need to maybe not sleep just yet, but we need to go back and save and then redo that white check a few times until we get it. Find out who the lady driver is. Yeah, we need to ask some more questions. Find booze and drink. I can do that in the cabin, and I might save before I do. I might, at the end of this day, when I go back to the cabin in the fishing village, rather than the whirling, which will cost me 20 real. Once I'm alone and Kim's gone away, because I know I don't want him to see me drinking, of course. But yes, I've got some drugs to do and I've got some alcohol to drink. But then after that, I'll load the game back up once I've got the trophy for it. But oh no, actually, it's a fucking quest item, isn't it? Oh, I might have to fucking commit to it. Okay, I'll create a save before I do it. I'll try and remember when that save is. Once Kim's gone away as well, I can go get the boots off the victim's feet somehow. Need to ask about the tattoos as well. Buying the found pants from Kuno, they're way too expensive, but talk to Titus and establish authority in the Hardy Boy's eyes. Yeah, need to talk him down. We can do that once I've got the boots. Perform analysis using the HE coordination. Is that something that we do through the truck, through the car? Hold on to the spirits and wait for the signal. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we've got 7 skill points to spend if we need anything.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Listen to such a classic techno song today, Dogzilla and Simon Patterson and Richie Cayenne remix. Yeah, like I've occasionally
and folding tape structures.
Occasionally come across a bit of EDM and I think, cool, I like that, so I send that over. But I should send it to the Discord more often than not, to be honest, because we do have a music section, don't we? So
even one would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to the precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of 07. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld playback experience. But those are
what a wasted by the Libertines felt so English. Getting into a bit of indie sleaze, are we? I bet that you look good on the dance
maybe
floor.
Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want
to listen to the Kaiser Chiefs and
hands.
Who
Either
else?
Way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
I think I've got that film on DVD somewhere. I think someone lent it to me.
But of course, what else?
You fat fucking prick. What did you call me?
I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
He's not gonna give you money. What are you doing? Clearly you were just profiling.
Ever heard of a Chelsea grin?
Oh no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms.
Yeah, they had a few real hooligans. Although, to be honest,
showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions.
Like genuine, like ultras and like the violent kind. I don't want to tarnish the name of ultras, but hooligans. They're kind of anti-press, anti-pop culture. So one of them starring in a film seems a bit off to me. Because, yeah, it's kind of against their nature to be photographed or filmed or anything.
He looks surprisingly buff.
To the point where, like, certain, like, famous grounds, if you go there, you're not allowed to film with your phone. Like, everyone will stop you filming with your phone. You're not allowed to have your phone out taking pictures. It's kind of a sacred thing that it doesn't get documented. Because there's lots of people that have, like, families and stuff. They don't want to end up in trouble with the police and everything.
Sure. What's on your mind? But of course, what else? I do some Lomantang stick fighting now and then. It's an anthropological heritage of the Lomantang people. A martial art
was,
of sorts,
maybe he wanted the money.
Not a lot of books
Yeah, this is it.
That it also carries a cultural significance among the Lomantangs, as it used to be the best means of showing off to look for a bride, which...
Because, yeah, like him and the guy from EastEnders, I can't remember his name. But yeah, him and the guy from EastEnders have this kind of like they've spun that character into something outside of the narrative of the TV show. Because I don't know where Danny Dyer started off in entertainment. I don't know if they were an actor first or whatever. But yeah, because they've kind of broken off and kept that character going in other films and then TV documentaries about things, it does have this kind of air of cringe about it, where like they're acting hard on camera. But they've obviously got like some form of protection because, yeah, like they would become a pretty big target for someone to just, you know, try and best in physical combat, obviously, because of their notoriety, right? But yeah, sounds so cringe. I've only ever seen Football Factory, not his other films. Veldar, welcome in. GG's on third, good to see you, dude. But yeah, because Danny Dyer was on he was on one of those comedy talk shows that we do, one of those comedy quiz shows that we do. And yeah, everyone was like starting to sort of like, oh, what are you going to do, eh? Going to come over and smash my fucking brains in? Yeah? I'm going to get a leather jacket and be really fucking hard like you. He was sort of going along with it because at that point, his physical kind of intimidation was completely outdone. Oh, gosh. And that was his idea of a good day out. Hello, Baba. Oops, excuse me. But yeah, he realized that his character was just going to get torn to shreds, so he just had to laugh it off. But then everybody started ripping into him about how he acts like a big hard man all the time.
Interestingly enough, brings us to the socio-economic structure of the traditional and rural tribes of the Lomantang Isles, which...
But yes, Danny Dyer released... I think Danny Dyer was in a film recently called Marching Powder. I think it was Danny Dyer, and I think it was called Marching Powder. But I think it's about hooligan culture and obviously, you know, anyway, cocaine.
I'm boring you with details again. You were saying...
yeah, this is it. The thing is, right, if you're like a hard man and you go to a football match, you're going to get fucking rinsed. Like, it's just because of your notes. And that's one of the things about hooliganism and ultra culture in general is not publicizing it, and I know I was in a film about it. You know, it's weird that I get to say that, but yeah, I know I was in a film about it, but that was like an indie film about, you know, the culture and everything. But yeah, the idea is that people aren't like filmed or there isn't evidence of what happened because some of it could be incriminating, even though they aren't necessarily doing anything illegal or anything. And yeah, there's kind of this secrecy about it that kind of keeps it, you know, real. Whereas people like Danny Dyer are like, you know, they've turned that character into something they sell to people on TV shows, which kind of, you know, doesn't always sit well with people. So you're going to catch grief for that, of course, you know.
Then I guess everything got said, right?
Because that was one of the things that Guy Ritchie did really well. Guy Ritchie managed to make films about genuine London criminals and gangsters and villains, and did so with dialogue that was believable and stories that were believable, that weren't like, you know, trying to glorify it. It was just showing how interesting the criminal underworld of London is and how intertwined some of the stories are. And yeah, showing how everybody's in it for themselves and they backstab each other in certain ways, they outsmart each other and everything. Oh, but yeah, but then this guy was doing this and this guy was thinking he was going to do this, but then somebody else did this, and that puts this guy in a lot of hot water, but he managed to get out of it by doing this because he thinks on his feet because he's a real fucking geezer. But he did it with so much integrity and tact and good writing and impeccable music choices, really good cinematography. So yeah, they did a good enough job for it to fly. And nobody's really got close to that until Legend, where Tom Hardy played both the Cray twins. He played both parts, and it was how they did that so well. Because Tom Hardy is such a fucking good actor to play both the Cray twins, who obviously have similarities but are not the same person, and to do such a good job. But yeah, the cinematography and the music and all that film was also fucking impeccable. So yeah, it can be done with some integrity. But yeah, like once a culture becomes kind of like popular, people cash in on it and they don't give it the time and the effort and the sort of context and knowledge that it deserves. And it feels like a cheap, flimsy kind of, it's called plastic, you know.
No,
it's a bit of a plastic version of it.
Little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Yeah, the gentlemen's when they throw the guy out the window, and Matthew's like, we need to invest in some freaking parachutes. Should see the TV series Taboo. That's Tom Hardy's best work in my opinion. The TV series called Taboo. I may have heard of that. But yeah, like Hardy's been in like all sorts of productions, and yeah, his in Peaky Blinders, which I haven't watched yet, but I will at some point. In Peaky Blinders, there's a scene where he's like shouting in Cillian Murphy's face, and apparently a lot of it was kind of improvised, which is why Cillian Murphy genuinely looks kind of terrified because yeah. Oh, can we? Oh, where's Kim goes? Yeah, because we can get in there somehow. I can't remember how. Oh no, we have to go underneath, don't we? And when we go underneath, yeah, we see that fucking device that causes us to have like a fucking seizure. Makes us fucking hallucinate. It's so powerful. Directed by Tom and Ridley Scott, manuscript written for like 15 years. Because I've seen a clip of him making somebody a bacon sandwich. He's like a drug addict or something, and he's like making somebody a bacon sandwich.
Has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. The cloth, if you can still call it that, makes a soft crunching sound as you thrust your finger into it. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket.
We're set in the 1800s. Okay.
Filth.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jacket?
A poet could write a dozen verses and still not begin to capture the profound vexation in that sigh.
The profound vexation in that sigh. Oh, this dialogue is so fucking good. Apologies, chat. What isn't fucking good is that we have an ad break coming up, so I apologise. We are going to play the game. Sorry, we've had really, really chatty streams, which I love, but I do want to play the game as well because we are putting these videos on YouTube, yes. I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips. You guys know the drill. I'll be right back. But yes, people on YouTube, you can just fast forward the conversation if you're not interested. That's totally up to you. But thank you to everyone that watches the YouTube videos. I appreciate you guys a lot. A quick little shout out for my YouTube crew. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment and then we'll carry on. It's absolute cinema, dudes. Like, once you're in that flow state, it is absolute cinema. But yeah, hopefully he calms down in a sec. But yeah, ow, ow, please, please, ow, ah! That's the fucking inside of my thigh. Please.
There may be smaller points in between, but those are too far.
Why are you shouting at me? You want to say hello to the Raiders? Come here. Oh. Look at all these cute Raiders that came to say hello. They were doing PvP in Dark Souls 3. Very good Dark Souls game. It's the baby. The baby boy. So regal. Yes, he's very, very... he looks very professional and handsome, but he's actually a little goblin. Oh, wait. Excuse me with the tail. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Stupid shitty room where you belong. Please don't one-shot me though, I really can't emotionally handle it. No!
Oh my god!
He input read me. I charged R2'd him from behind and he input read me.
Oh my god, I watched it happen as well.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That was so personal.
Nico, you are such a prick. Have you checked the jump scare setting? Got to make sure that's on. They soften them otherwise.
Stop.
The roof's coming off. I mean, I know Deadeye might have been a little bit better there, but... Problem is, you kind of spunked a whole lot, sometimes by accident. I mean, the Deadeye, I mean. With a backstab. With a backstab. Fucking hell. That worked. Have we got a puncture? Or is the cart just a bit broken? Oh, this, yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that.
You should still take it.
We should. Filthy jacket. Ooh, some bottles. Doofish, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. How have you been, dude? I hope you're all good. Makeshift roof vagrants have tried to make the boardwalk habitable. Oh, I need a pry bar, I think. What's the filthy jacket doing? Where is the filthy jacket? Oh. Oh, it's one of these.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Seriously. It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it.
Ensconces it?
Why?
I'm okay, glad to hear it, dude.
Look at your hands. They're covered in muck. Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
Shit. And then now we need the pry bar. But what have you been up to, Do? Excuse me. What have you been up to, Do? Oh, Stitch. Ooh. Mega Bino's prescription lenses. Weighing machine hasn't been used for a decade. Oh, I can't put a coin in there, can I? I'd probably lose morale for that as well. Right, yeah, I'm going to need some more magnesium, I think. Because, yeah, I am not doing too well. Big wine canister, it's open and empty. No wine! My precious vino. Oh yeah, there's another corpse here, isn't there? Careful there, these floorboards look rotten and weak.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Now, this makes partying look bad. Still, don't let it sway you. You're responsible. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Oh, I want to save here before we do this.
Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet.
Because I have a strong suspicion this might be where one of my favourite bits of dialogue gets delivered. About walking out of its ruins, saving those who still can be saved, because I'm on your side. I think this might be it.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom-made. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into two. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Thank you for the bonk, Tiger. I appreciate that. Welcome in.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that low. Well over a liter of pure ethanol, 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze.
Rainbow suspended on Xbox AI is so stupid. Did you get suspended because of some verification bullshit? Sorry to hear about that, dude, because obviously, you know, you won't be able to play Fortnite, will you? Which is a shame.
170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build, age approximately 50 to 60 years. He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Complainer just can't message. Oh yeah, you're not allowed to send messages if you're
A dry
under
chunk of blood
16.
covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
8 strikes on console banned.
This
How
is
many
where
strikes are you on
he
right
came
now?
out of himself. Dropping
Hopefully
5
0.
ton when he was unconscious.
Because yeah,
Took
someone
3, maybe 4 minutes.
told me you get like 11 warnings before they ban you on Xbox. So I was like, 11 warnings? Like, fuck me, man. Like, no wonder Xbox is so bad on like lobby chat and stuff.
I don't see any
Fucking hell.
major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
It's exactly the shape of
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good time.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels disrespectful. Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too?
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is...
Thank you for the streak, Rainbow. Appreciate that. For someone who reported my comment and got 3 strikes for 1 comment. Really? Hopefully the comment wasn't bad, but 3 strikes for 1 comment seems pretty bad, dude. Hopefully it was just a misunderstanding.
I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
Because, yeah, like, hopefully it wasn't bad.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Karens are coming. I suppose that's not too bad, is it?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think? The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband? I can't see a book. So he took the book to the library, then came back and thought, I'll have one.
Just one drink. I have my cool jacket on. I took the book to the library. I've earned it. The view from the lookout is beautiful.
Damn it. He's definitely someone's husband. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
8-day suspension, yeah. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, you know, because that comment seems fairly tame to me, but I don't know the context. I don't know what the TOS is for, like, you know, the chat and everything. But yeah, I feel like it's better to dish out a ban, you know, even though it's annoying because people weaponize it. I feel like it's better to overban than underban, because I remember I played Call of Duty on PlayStation 3, and obviously I was playing with Europeans because Europeans have a big PlayStation 3 user install base, and my friend was playing it on Xbox, so it had a much more American-dominated user base, and maybe I couldn't understand people on European servers and they weren't speaking English as much. But some of the stuff I heard on the lobby chat in Call of Duty on the Xbox was fucking heinous. It was so fucking bad. I was like, this is terrible, dudes. Like, American teenagers are fucking awful. Like, some of the slurs and the insults, I was like, they're not just saying, like, oh, you suck at the game, or, like, you know, they were fucking, like, saying really abhorrently awful shit every round. And I was like, damn, dude, this is toxic as fuck. But yeah, it turns out that teenage American men are like some of the worst people on the internet, I guess. But yeah, Fortnite's post, someone reported me on the Xbox community for bullying. Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult, dude. Because yeah, it seems fairly harmless, but then again, I don't know what the regulations are. You've got to obey the rules as much as possible. But I agree. Like, you know, sometimes you can make a joke and, you know, someone just decides. I've noticed is some people decide to take a joke badly, and it's like, you know, it's true what they say. Some people just can't take a joke. And everyone's like, oh, if someone made a joke at your expense, you know, you wouldn't laugh. I was like, what are you fucking talking about? I'm an English man. My best friends do nothing but make jokes at my expense that we laugh at. Like, it's just, you know, I don't have thin skin. I get the shit ripped out of me all the fucking time. My friends in stream who not even English take the piss out of me. but I have a sense of humor about it because I know that's part of being friends with somebody. So actually, if somebody made a joke at my expense, I'd probably laugh it off. If it's a good joke, I'm thankful. I'm like, damn, that's a good one. You know, I might use that on myself later on with my friends. But yeah, like, I think some people want to be offended. And because being offended allows them to attack others in a way that they feel is justified because they feel attacked by something. I'm not saying you should attack people or say things that are going to upset people because it's their fault. It's not. You shouldn't be like knowingly rude to people, but at the same time, there are some people that they're offended by everything, and you can't win with those people because they're in it for the argument. They're not actually offended over something. They're professional umbrage takers. They're taking offense on behalf of some other demographic just because they want to get into an argument about it because they actually like arguing. And like I say, because they like arguing, they're never going to see sense. They're never going to take anything on board that doesn't result in you becoming agitated and them arguing with you about everything. Because the second you try and reapproach what you said from a different angle to try and justify it, and I know all of this sounds pretty incriminating, but hear me out. Anytime you try and explain that actually it's harmless, they then start attacking you on something else. And that's when you realize that they never even gave a fuck about the first transgression. They just wanted an excuse to argue with you. And yeah, those people need to go to therapy because yeah, the amount of people that will argue something, even though, you know, there's nothing to argue over, or they're not even actually affected by something. So I'm not saying you could, go around throwing slurs around and then get upset when somebody argues with, because yeah, being derogatory or discriminatory is not right. But yeah, some people will take something you've said and twist it to make it seem like you said something else, even though you didn't. And yeah, it's driven me to be very careful about how I say things on the internet, because the amount of times I've said something and there's always one person out of the 50, 60 people that might reply to a comment of mine. There's one person that's like, well, what about this? And they twist it and contort it into such a fucking distortion of what I said. I'm like, you're not even making sense anymore, dude. You're just trying to argue with me because you see I got a few likes on a comment and you want to take me down a peg. And I'm sorry, that's your insecurity speaking, not me. Like, it's not my fault that people are agreeing with me and you don't like that because nobody agrees with you because you refuse to fucking see or hear people. Because they don't, which is why they like arguing. It did say 6 months. My slate is clean. I have to be a good girl for 6 months. Yes. Yeah, well, yeah, probation period, yeah. Crumbs gets me. Yeah, I don't know how toxic Fortnite is and how much that stuff gets, how much stuff gets twisted out of proportion for the sake of, bullying each other. Because, yeah, this is the thing. If your moderation tools can be manipulated or misused, people then weaponize them. And I genuinely think people weaponize some of the moderation on Twitch. I think that a handful of people I know have been in an argument with somebody and then they get mass reported for something that isn't actually an infraction, but the mass reporting sets off some AI thing that completely kills their stream. And they go from averaging 30, 40 people a stream to averaging 3. They get completely shadow banned, or it happens on Instagram or whatever. People weaponize the moderation tools because once they've seen how they work, they know what to do. They then take a fucking post from 10 months ago, report that post. It's because it's always a post from 10 months ago or something. Report a post and constantly report it. They get like 50 of their friends to report it. They're all in a fucking WhatsApp group or a Discord together. They all mass report one post. And after a certain amount of time, the platform realizes it's easier just to fucking delete the post or fucking ban the person than just keep dealing with these fucking reports. So they get what they want. And people maliciously weaponize the moderation tool. So you've got to be really careful about how they become utilized. But it's difficult to police because, how can you tell these people aren't all corroborating to mass report somebody, And I know this, like I say, this all sounds really incriminating, but it happens. I try to be as squeaky clean as possible, but occasionally people have screenshotted a comment of mine and then used it against me in an argument months later. I'm like, oh, what is your fucking problem? Did you hold on to a screenshot for that long to then deploy it in an argument that you start with me 6 months down the line? What the fuck is wrong with you? Grow up. Like, that comment in context of the conversation that was going on that post is perfectly fine. You cut that out and then deliver it as an argument to me, trying to use it against me. And I'm like, that comment's harmless. Like, that was part of the conversation we were having under that post. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Like, people will fucking try anything to start drama sometimes, and it pisses me off because I try to be a good person, but the more you try to be a good person, the more people try to find things that are wrong with you. When they don't find something wrong with you, they fucking make it up. And I hate that behavior in life. I hate the way people do that. is even when somebody tries to be a good person, they get fucking dragged for something they didn't even do. Then you wonder why there's so many people that just give up and they just become bad people. Because why would you make the effort to try and be good if people are going to try and fucking frame you as a bad person anyway? It's a really fucking terrible thing to do, and people shouldn't do it. But yeah, a few people have tried to do it to me, but I hear about it happen to lots of people. It's fucked. Looking at a name called Toe Licker. That's today's generation. I'm Gen Z, but I'm not that bad. Yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. It's just the way people cannibalize each other for clout is kind of pathetic, to be honest. Solipsist, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you for redeeming your daily bread. Enjoy.
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Yes, but what if there's a killer on the loose? 2 suspicious deaths in such a short
No, you
time
didn't upset me. It's the people that behave that way, you know. Like, I try as best as possible to only comment when I've got something positive to say, but I've noticed that because I'm interacting with social media to prove that I'm a real human being and I'm not a bot account that's posting content to farm engagement or whatever, I'll interact with a post and I'll say something positive, and then a few people will chime in and say something else positive that's related to what I've said that's relevant to the post itself, and then somebody sees my comment with a few replies and maybe 5-10 likes, and they're like, oh no, somebody else can't get any likes on a comment, so they click on my comment and they slag me off and call me up on some minor, you know, logical infraction that doesn't even exist. Like, well, when you say that, what about this? And yeah, it's always the same fucking framework. They try and dismantle your comment in a way that's really sort of, you know, quite clinical and quite obviously just clearly missing the point. And like I say, these people just want to have an argument. People on social media, there's so many of them, they just want to have an argument. They're not interested in right or wrong. They're not interested in discussing anything. They don't want to learn anything. They just want to argue with people. And I won't bite, you know. I just fucking post a clown emoji and fucking move on, you know. Like, I don't fucking care. I'm not going to get into an argument with some random person on the internet, because I know they're probably doing that with like 50 other people, and that's what they need, that fucking, that drama to validate themselves. They need to get under people's skin. They need to get underneath other people's skin to feel good. And I'm like, damn, just go to fucking therapy, dude. Bad culture of conflict. Yeah, exactly, Solipsist. It's just, they're out there fucking like antagonizing people on a mass scale because social media allows them to do it. And you can't bite. You know, like, whenever I comment on someone's post, I'm almost always being supportive, because I want to be sort of friendly and supportive. If I haven't got anything important or supportive or nice to say, I just keep scrolling. I'm sure I'll come across a bit of content where some girl's wearing a dress that's really pretty, or someone's done a really good painting of Disco Elysium, or somebody's done a really good clip in Battlefield 6, or somebody's done a really cool painting or a really cool sculpture or cosplay of Bloodborne, you know. And I can post like, damn, that's really cool. I love the texture effect on that leather. It looks exactly like the coat in the game, or the whether you've done the blood on the saw cleaver looks really good, or that dress is really beautiful. It looks really light and flowy and comfortable, or those nails are really fucking impressive. I don't even know how you make that color when the light hits it, you know. I just try and say positive stuff, because if I'm going to say something, I may as well just say positive stuff, you know. But even then, even when I try to be positive, you know, people fucking clap back with the most fucking inane, awkward, trivial, tenuous things. I'm like, dude, I'm not saying that. Like, I'm not that person. I'm not saying that. I'm not a stereotype. I'm just genuinely somebody who's impressed by somebody else's creativity. Like, fucking grow up. But yeah, like, what's the point in banning everybody under the age of 16 on social media if everyone else that's over the age of 18 still acts like they're fucking 16 anyway? It doesn't make a fucking difference, does it? It's still going to be a complete cesspool. But, you know, what can you do? There's a bill that's going to pass. The whole internet is screwed. That bill is not going to pass, Rainbow. Check out the breakdowns on all of his platforms. He's amazing there. So, like, UK only. Yeah, they're going to try and ban under 16s on social media in the UK. But they're not doing it to protect kids. They're doing it so that they can put in more surveillance to check people for their age, but also spy on people via that channel. And yeah, it's fucked, because it means that me and everyone else that's, you know, well over 18, that's been on the internet for years and has not, you know, it's made me depressed, but it hasn't made me fucking kill anybody. It hasn't made me fucking assault anybody or steal. You know, the internet hasn't radicalized me. I'm a grown-ass man. I've been on the internet since the 90s, you know, and I'm mostly okay, I'd like to say. But I know that's exactly what somebody that's not okay would say. So, you know, I guess there's that. Under 16, not the whole internet, or it's under 16 on social media. You're not going to be able to access social media at all if you're under 16, which means everybody over the age of 16 has to verify. Fortunately, a few things on my phone, a few apps and services have sent me an email saying, because of the age of your account, we can verify you're over 18, so you won't need to verify. So I'm like, okay, I'll keep using your service. But when stuff starts asking me to verify my age, I might just end up not using it anymore. Because, yeah, like, I wouldn't necessarily mind if I had to sign something that would then allow people to verify that because of the age of my bank account, I'm over 18. And if I use that bank account to pay for a phone, I can then say that phone is my phone, I'm over 18. Because there's you can determine somebody's age much, much easier than this. If you want to determine someone's age, the government already has more than enough information to determine how old somebody is in various different ways. The whole taking a picture of your face and everything is a complete fucking scam, and I don't agree with it. They are overstepping a boundary in terms of privacy. The government cannot be fucking trusted with information. We've had massive data leaks from the companies that were contracted by the government to manage data on behalf of the NHS. Fucking tons of people's personal medical information has been leaked and sold on the black market. Loads of advertisement has been generated. Loads of AI ads for supplements that talk about symptoms that a lot of people have all started to surface on social media because loads of people's medical data got leaked. Dumber Than Most, welcome in. How's it going? And yeah, the government cannot be fucking trusted with data, and any time you accumulate large portions of data, personal data that's actually tangible and can be advertised against and also utilized for marketing in other ways, anytime you group that kind of information together, it becomes very valuable, and then it becomes very expensive to protect adequately, and therefore it costs us money. And ultimately, if you can't be trusted with the data, you shouldn't fucking be allowed to hold it. And time again, companies have proven that they shouldn't be holding data because they can't fucking safeguard it. There's so many data leaks. Every year, one company out of the fucking 20 or 30 that I have to interact with in my day-to-day life will tell me an email, say, oh, you might want to change your password. We had a bit of a data leak. And I'm like, motherfucker, like, I have to fucking do several forms of authentication to prove that I am who I am, to log into my social media or my fucking banking app or whatever. How many times do you think my data or my fucking services have been compromised because somebody got my password and logged in when it wasn't me? Zero. That has never happened. Emails, apps, phone companies, banking, my password has never been breached, right? How many times has my personal data been involved in a data leak, a data breach and a leak by companies that has absolutely nothing to do with the security of my password? It was them that fucking lost the data. 7 times. 7 fucking times I have received an email from a giant corporation that rakes in millions of pounds of revenue every fucking year to say, oopsie, we leaked a bunch of your data. So now somebody knows where you live, that you've got a mortgage, how much you spend on that mortgage, that you've got a phone, that you've got a car, this is the registration of your car, this is your shopping habits, this is how much medication you got from the doctor. We've leaked all that information. Thanks. So now, if they're able to fucking take all that information, which is supposed to be anonymized, but then fucking market to my demographic in the UK, men my age that look at this kind of stuff, that look at, because I tell you what, since the leak of medical data, everybody on the extreme sports algorithm, like me, that watches extreme sports, skateboarding, BMX or whatever on my personal account, not my gaming one, but the personal account, every single person that fits that demographic on social media is now getting advertisements for very specific kind of issues. And it's way too accurate. It's way too fucking accurate that I'm getting adverts for replacement knees and replacement shoulder joints. Specifically, the 2 joints that I've had the most trouble with, my left shoulder and my right knee. Those are the 2 joints that I've damaged the most. And they're quite common injuries in BMX because of the nature of the sport. I'm getting targeted adverts for procedures and for prosthetics and for various different hinges and joints and services and apparatus to replace these joints targeted to my fucking face, to my Instagram. Because Facebook will be targeting those ads via Meta because they own Instagram. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. Absolutely shameless that that's the case. And I have absolutely no fucking sympathy for these giant corporations that leak people's data. They get caught selling it, and they get dragged by the European courts for data privacy breaches, and they get a fucking means-tested fine, which is like 70% of their profits, and they end up going bust. Good riddance. Fucking disgusting behaviour, to be honest. But anyway, excuse me, we will play the game in a minute, I promise. Isn't the UK also banning ciggies for anyone born after 09? Possibly, but I mean, I don't know what happens with vapes. Vapes are massively unregulated, and that's why so many of those shops burn down. Want me to do an age verification pic, so I put on a mask and flips the camera off. There's your age verification. So banning buying ciggies or smoking them, there. The implication, Older explained to me how to prevent them from forcing someone younger than into them. But yeah, well, somebody told me they were on their period, and a couple of hours later I got an advert for something that soothes period cramps. But yeah, this is the thing, is that some people think your microphone's listening to you, but there's actually a lot more to it than just listening to what people are saying on the microphone and then advertising on it. There's actually a whole data science division about consumerism, consumer behavioral sciences, where they look at people's location and the products they buy to then put you into a price bracket of how much you spend on things, depending on, you know, you don't get the good toilet tissue, you get the cheap toilet tissue, so that puts you in a certain bracket. But then they figure out that you'll spend a bit more on certain products, and they profile people based on this data, because supermarkets aggregate all this data. And then they realize that you're the kind of person that only really spends money in certain places, which is what a lot of us do. We don't skimp on certain things because we prefer them personally. It's a subjective thing. But they figure this shit out. And when something that is a bit more upmarket becomes part of their stock offering, you're the first person to get served an ad. And it's really, really fucking like targeted, because the demographics and the profiling are pretty accurate sometimes. Like I say, I get adverts because the thing is they used to make mistakes with it. Targeted advertising used to make mistakes. So for instance, eBay started suggesting weaves and fake nails to me because I used to buy lots of leopard print and leather, right? So it thought I was a black lady because I bought leopard print and leather, and I fit into that demographic. Now, they probably didn't think I was a black lady. They just thought I was like that kind of shopper who would also buy that stuff. So I was getting served ads for fake nails, weaves, and a few other things as well. That fit that kind of consumer. But it's only because I was a punk and I was buying leather, you know, fake leopard print and fake leather, because I didn't want to fucking buy expensive real leather and destroy it skateboarding, right? But it thought I was a black lady, which is cool, I don't mind. But it was just kind of funny that I would get suggested that stuff. So it used to make mistakes. So it was genuinely, obviously, so unadvanced that it was not a threat. But now it's so targeted, it's kind of gross. But yeah. They are, by implication, older, and explained to me how to prevent them from forcing someone to. But yeah, I hadn't looked up anything for the sort of thought it was my IP address and not theirs, and I'm a dude. Yeah, this is the thing, is, you know, because my, like, some of my streamer friends and just my female friends in general have like really cool nails. If I see some cool nails, I'll send them to them and say, look at these, right? Which is not something a straight man should have really any interest in, but it's something that I think they would like, so I send it to them. But because I sent it to somebody, they know it's going to get me to engage and send it to someone else, which is good for them because I'm directing it through a conduit. Me being someone they know is a much better delivery platform than just the feed. So now it serves me content of girls getting their nails done and coming up with all these crazy different combinations. And it's an interesting art form, obviously. But yeah, it suggests that stuff because of the algorithm thinks that I'm obviously, like, you know, interested in it for myself, but I'm not. I'm just interested because I sent it to my friends. But yeah. Like I say, when it gets it wrong and it makes a decision that doesn't make sense, you're like, okay, it's not that advanced, we shouldn't worry too much. But yeah, when it starts to deliver like kind of almost patronizing or insultingly accurate products, like, yes, my knees, back and shoulders are bad. Don't fucking send me a fucking advertisement for a fucking hip replacement. Yeah, don't fucking, yeah, that's a bit of a stretch.
A sequence killer? There's nothing that connects those two bodies. This is a completely different case. An accident.
What if all of this is staged? He could have seen something that night in the yard.
Yes, but I just wanted to make it clear it's not a sequence killer, okay? Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box. They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station for Mike and Emma.
Oh, minus authority, that's why. What's this?
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall.
But yeah, I mean, speaking of getting like advertisements for like period pain products and stuff, like whenever I get served an advert for something that's more feminine coded, it makes me realize that the algorithm considers me just as much a woman as it does a man, which is based on my interests and stuff, which makes me feel that I'm not falling down that machismo, red pill, Andrew Tate pipeline of like hating women and stuff. Like when it's sort of like, okay, so it treats me as someone that's, you know, interested in feminine products and, you know, feminine sort of stuff in general, which makes me feel like I'm doing a good job of being sort of kind of neutral and being a bit of an ally to women. Not like a badge of honor or anything, but yeah, it's sort of like when I post content and I see that it gets almost as much female viewership as it does male viewership. That's also kind of like, okay, I'm making content that makes sense to both genders. You know, that's pretty nice. Or both sides of whatever spectrum you want to call it. Ooh, that's pretty low. Can I put on some? Oh, I can't. Yeah, let me put on. So I need some more logic. +1 logic. +1 logic. +1 logic. +2 logic. +1 logic. Okay, so now this should be
actual art degree. Trite, contrived, mediocre, milquetoast, amateurish, infantile, cliche and gonorrhea-ridden peon to conformism. I fucked me. Affront to humanity. War crime. Should literally be tried for war crimes. Resolutely shit. Lacking in imagination. Uninformed reimagining of. Lip-wristed, premature, ill-informed attempt at. Talentless fuckfest. Recidivistic shit peddler. Pedantic, listless, savagely boring. Just one repulsive laugh after another.
-1 hand-eye coordination, handshake from anger of how shit it all is. Conceptualization passes heal +1 morale and give 10 XP. Ooh, that's actually not bad. That's not terrible.
Take the legal documents out of the envelope.
Easy.
A 12 to 40-month construction period, and the zone. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
I should have seen it. Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
Commence forgery. -10 Everard's people could be watching. Okay.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Skill point, lovely stuff. Then the library card found on the dead man. Okay, that's what we're doing now.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial
The phone number's try on the phone.
0255-211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Good.
9 till
We
6.
should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything.
Oh yeah, we could
about
use the phone.
Mejean.
There. Okay. Cool. Call the station about the dead body. We can do both of those back outside the whirling in rags. So let's have a quick look through our list. So it's almost the evening time, so we could go back and sing. Still not sure how we do that. Still need more information about that. We could speak to Joyce a bit later on. We've got to analyse Gary's composure again. And I think we need to figure out a way to buff our chances of passing that white check. Still need to find out who the lady driver is. Find booze and drink it we're going to do in our cabin tonight. Where's the rest of the... I'll go to the harbour gates and ask the Johnny Mesk about the armour. So, the Johnny Mesk... rhetoric challenging. Formidable. Oh, do you know what? I don't think this game runs as well as it used to. I'm coming across a number of bugs, which is a real shame. I think they haven't supported the game, or they've broken it with updates. Cafeteria window, heroic. Perception, interfacing, challenging, medium. So yeah. Hand-eye coordination. Well-behaved cockatoo. So I need to read a book about that, I think. I think I've already read the book, to be honest, but... Right. So, harbour gates. Where are the harbour gates? Because I don't know who the Jolly Mesk is, but we're over this side of...
A man lies on the...
Yeah, we're on this side of the... this side of the map. So we're definitely near the harbour, I think, but yeah. Moonshine probably smells like tasty fermentation. Right, so let's go to the church. I suppose we could use some time up at the church, and then it'll be the evening we can pop back to the whirling, sing karaoke, upset everybody, maybe get a clip or two for the socials. You never know. Should we go speak to the people in the tent first? Nah, fuck it, let's go, because I want to see this stained glass window again.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood. Nothing happens, only the sound of the padlock rattling against the door.
I don't think that's going to work.
High above, the wind wraps the church in its rush, cold and wet from the ocean bay. It parts around the massive keel-shaped roof, like a test tunnel washing both sides, the way it has done for 340 years. The wind keeps its distance. So should you.
There is a hole in my heart.
The lieutenant looks at the padlock. He didn't hear you asking. You were quiet enough. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker. You see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead. There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
Mario, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Excuse me.
It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was. Either way, you get the sense the forces of future are at work here. These forces of future have chosen to pick something that reminds you of you. He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
Everything's going well here. I've made a good progress in Lies of P in the main game. I've already beaten 5 bosses. GG's. Sounds like you're making good progress. Which weapon are you using? Or which combination of weapons are you using? Because the bone saw and the something glaive handle, that was such a combination. I fucking love that combination. It's like a big old fucking traditional like timber saw between 2 posts that you can tighten the blade with, and then the glaive handle kind of made it a little bit like the swing pattern of a cleaver, but it was a bit slower, so it was like a strength weapon that felt a little bit like the saw cleaver, and I was like,
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency. For Revachol ZOC, the moral intern defines junior delinquents as minors between the ages of 10 and 16 who have committed an act in violation of the law. These acts aren't called crimes as they would be for adults. Crimes committed by minors are called delinquent acts. This was part of your officer's exams. I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth. That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and is unprofessional, to say the least. Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment.
There is a touch of guilt in his voice.
These two dragons' sword. Ooh, is that the one that they added in the added with the DLC? Because I suppose I need to go back and play the DLC because we completed base game. I'm pretty sure we did all bosses, and I did really enjoy that game. It was pretty fucking good. Souls-likes often miss in quite a few different ways, but that one was pretty fucking close. It definitely, the atmosphere was nowhere near as good, and the dialogue and the characters weren't quite as compelling. I mean, they were pretty compelling. But I think that, yeah, overall the atmosphere and the level design just wasn't quite as good. But it's kind of a sin that I don't think I should really give them that much grief over, because it isn't fair when it comes to music and when it comes to level design. FromSoft are just kind of in their own league. Like, nobody makes music for games like FromSoft. You know, I mean, Final Fantasy's had some pretty good songs. You know, Devil May Cry's had some pretty cool songs, and a few others. But the FromSoft music, some of the boss fight music, it makes my hair stand on end to this day. I've listened to the Bloodborne soundtrack like 100 times. It just never gets boring. Thank you for the hydrate, Tiger. I appreciate that. But yeah, I think that it did a pretty good job. It did a lot of the things it needed to do pretty well, and I think it came together to become greater than the sum of its parts. But I feel like a little bit more time on the lighting and the atmosphere of some of the areas, maybe some of the bosses being a little bit more polished. They were good, but they had a few kind of like moments that felt like, oh, that was a bit fucking jank and a bit unfair, which is kind of, yeah, that's what does make a Souls game feel different, is that it feels unfair at first sometimes, rarely with a Souls boss, but then you work out on it. There's a way to handle that I could just do, and then it's not unfair, because if I just don't push them on that side, or I just don't hover at distance, they won't do that horrible attack. So the fight is trying to teach me to stay close, or to, you know, change it up and not just roll to the left all the time. Because yeah, whenever I fight Maria, everyone's like, damn, you hardly ever get hit by Maria. Lots of people struggle with it. I'm like, just dodge to the left. With Maria, just dodge to lock on and just dodge to the left. Like, you'll be surprised how much you can get away with if you just dodge to the left. It's crazy. But you can't be greedy. With Maria, you cannot be greedy. The second you go for a third R1 with a cleaver or something of a similar pace or cadence of attack, you're going to get fucked. Like, absolutely fucked. It's 1-2. Occasionally, I've squeezed in a third and then been able to dodge out of the way of the counterattack, but usually I just go for 2. Yeah. Main game item. So main game weapon if you beat the swamp boss. I need to double check because it's been a while since I've played. Gears of War has a beautiful soundtrack. Yep, never really played the Gears of War games. And can you play all of the Gears of War games on PC? Because yeah, I mean, that's a series that I never got a chance to play because it was Xbox focused.
Can you hear the pulsing bass underneath the wind? A sure sign of junior delinquency, somewhere east of here.
So, interface, try to peel off the sticker without ripping it. Right, I might try and do that. So I need interfacing. If I leave and find something that helps with interfacing. No.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you.
Just in case.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your hands are clammy from the sea air.
Shut the fuck up. Okay.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height. There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Looks like today was a gold star day.
So, physical instrument as well. I could just break it off. But I think we don't need to. Because I think if we go to the tent around the back, we speak to the people. I think, yeah, don't we, once we do a quest for them, don't we get a key? But yeah, I've seen footage of people dancing in there, and I want to try and trigger that because that's a really beautiful scene as well. Okay, so Gears of War is another series I could utilize for more content. 'Cause I do feel bad sometimes when I just pick a series. I can't just play through this series. I do feel like, oh, maybe I should be a little bit more picky. Because, yeah, Dead Space I desperately wanted to play. Because I never got a chance to play it. Always heard good things about it. Then the remake got announced. Somebody I know played the remake and said it was basically like a perfect remake. And I was like, okay, cool. I'll give that a try. And yeah, very impressed with Dead Space as a whole. Not just the visuals of the remake, but the fact that, yeah, like what it does as a survival horror. Yeah. Because we didn't get this door open before, did we?
Old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while.
It's military.
Sorry.
A service depot of some sort. The washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
Yeah, so it's impossible at the moment because we need more interfacing. We've got nothing that does any of that. Oh, unfortunately.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile.
Yeah.
This book talks about the...
Yeah, so we've already heard that. Yeah, so we can't do anything with that until we can pry it open. I think I'm already holding the pry bar, so it definitely didn't give me a buff of any sort. So we didn't get that open in our first playthrough, so maybe I'll try and focus on how we're going to do that. So, from here, yeah, let's go speak to the people in the tent, see if there's a quest. I think there's a quest we pick up from them. And then I think they eventually give us a key. And there's that girl outside. But it's interesting, the girl outside almost looks like somebody I work with. It's strange how some of the portraits look like people I know. But yeah, I think I didn't realise you could walk across here before. Or something. Because there's some stuff to click on. Right. Unfortunately, chat, we do have an ad break coming up to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. You guys know the drill. There'll be a raft of some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'll take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you're lurking, you want to follow without being called out or anything, perfectly valid. Once on the BRB screen, you're safe. There's no follow alerts over there. There's alerts for other stuff, of course, but not for follows. So if you want to follow in secret, that's totally fine. Yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. Right, will this catch on fire? Might need to throw some wood on that, I think. Oh, game, come on. Fuck's sake. Fuck, okay. Okay. Medea, done. Dragon Slayer crumbs. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's a good new top. 150,000 souls. Let's go. Let's go level. Thank you for the GGs. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm just kidding. Fuck's sake, game. What more do you want from me? So that should work. That should work. Have I got fire arrows? Have I got any fire arrows? I do, chat. You know what that means. shit. Yeah, see, I was pretty sure there was an enemy there, but the auto aim just snapped on, so I knew he was there. Yeah, it does. Fucking hell, the auto aim is so strong. I thought there was someone there and it fucking snapped on like a good 20 degrees. Fucking hell. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah. So we got... Fucking hell, dudes. Look at these gravestones. It's concept art. It's fucking concept art. Look at it. Like I was saying, it's not fair to compare other people to FromSoft's level design. It just isn't fair. It's not a fair comparison. Just like it isn't fair to compare almost any game to Red Dead Redemption 2. Or people are going to compare things to Grand Theft Auto 6 for the rest of fucking time. It isn't fair. It's a different league of that particular thing. You can't take a game that has like 10% the budget, 10% the staff, and 10% the time and say, oh, the cloth physics and the bullet mechanics and the fucking way glass works in Red Dead Redemption is much better. And that was from fucking blah, blah, blah years ago. I'm like, yeah. For a start, the footage you're showing has a ton of mods installed. And second of all, even if it didn't, Rockstar is a force of nature when it comes to building video games. So yeah, sorry, brain dead comparison.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Huh? So should you.
You don't have to do anything.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
Your pulse rises. What did she just say? That's not how a civilian is supposed to address an officer of the law.
It's not worth it, dudes. It isn't worth it.
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me. This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice. The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble. Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum. Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole.
Mr. Tiger again, my appeal was approved. Oh, your appeal was approved? Okay, so does that mean that your ban gets lifted or shortened or something?
It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno Van Eyck.
Okay, there you go.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck, or really be a Palaceum going kind of person. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means either. That's cool. Sucks, man. Was there something else? Okay. A cell. Why? Okay, it's Berger.
A very common name. You have little reason to doubt that's her real name. But she's not all that surprised by this cop show questioning, is she?
Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound. My boyfriend sold them. I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Everything checks out, sire.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish. Very useless all of a sudden.
It's Becca. Welcome in, Becca. How are you? It's good to see you. You've been streaming at some different times. I keep seeing you on when I don't... And I think, oh, Becca's on. That's strange. Not in a bad way, obviously, but welcome in. Lost Stop, welcome in. How's it going? Becca Boo kicked us out, now we're yours. Table flip this. Becca kicked us out, now we're yours. Flipping the table. Haven't we got... Stop flipping the table with this little emote guy. This little ASCII art guy. Supposed to be emoticons, I messed up. No, it's fun. Don't worry about it. It's fun. Welcome in, everybody. How was stream? Becca, how was Red Dead? What are you up to? I was just talking about how people compare things to Red Dead, and it's a silly comparison because Rockstar, the size of the studio, the amount of money and the amount of time they had, of course Red Dead Redemption is like perfect in almost every single way. It's not fair to compare other games, like normal games, to Red Dead Redemption 2 because it's not a normal game. I kicked them out. So you've got your own raid message that says yes. No, we're going to flip the tables. Yes, yeah. It rigged flips the table, and then the bot puts it back. It's for when you guys. It's for when the guys gamble their points away, and they say it's rigged apparently. But yeah. But yes, welcome in. How's stream? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Is it okay if we do a shout out for you with a clip? Or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind either way, whichever one you prefer. Or no shout out. That's also an option, of course. Never played Red Dead Redemption. They're both amazing games. The second one, I think, might be one of the greatest video games ever made. It should be. Whereas this is one of the greatest video games ever made because of how many creative talents they managed to get all working on the same thing. But it was very, very chaotic and tumultuous in development. But we got one of the greatest games I've ever experienced out of it. So, whereas Rockstar, yeah, it's just they have the money, they have the resources, they have the skill. So, of course, they make a good product. Clip will be fine. One of the greatest, yeah. So I do this, and then hopefully this should work. Non-raiders, please feel free to say hello to our lovely friend Becca who just raided. Who's about to shoot their dog with a plastic bow and arrow. That works really well. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. I broke something. It's wonderful to see you as well, Becca. How are you? It's lovely to see you. As I say, if you enjoy Red Dead Redemption 2, please feel free to go give Becca a follow. They play the game all the time, and they've got lots and lots and lots of time in the game. So an expert at the game. And yes, they're an absolute sweetheart to spend time with. They're very, very lovely as well. Yes, bow and arrows, they're surprisingly effective.
Amphetamine or methadone, and its effects are wearing off fast. She will begin to experience more and more valleys now, and fewer peaks.
What's the matter, bub? You want to come say hello to Becca and the Raiders? Come here. Oh, let me hold you. We have a visitor. Assistant Director Artorius has come to say hello. Haven't you, Bubba? Just getting warm. I heard you guys had a heat wave, but it's cooled off a bit, hopefully. Yes, it has. It has. Somebody loves the heat, don't they? They love the heat. Hmm? They love the heat. Hmm? Say hello. Yeah. Yes, it got fucking roasting hot, like high 30s, you know, well above what our houses are built for. Just, yeah, oppressively hot with the humidity we get down here. It was 41 degrees in Bordeaux, which is fucking insanity. Because it was only a few years ago, we were like 31 degrees, 32 degrees. That's fucking unheard of. That's too hot. And then now it's regularly in the 30s, like all the time in summer. It's fucked. So yeah, but it has cooled off a lot. It's now, what are we talking about? It's 18 degrees, mostly cloudy. And the humidity hopefully has peeled off and it's not too bad. 67% humidity, yeah. So it's not that humid, it's not that hot. It's pretty manageable right now. So yeah, I'm kind of comfortable. But yeah, it has been pretty grim on a few days. What breed is that? He's an Oriental Shorthair, so he's kind of like a Siamese, but instead of brown and beige, he's like a soft grey, brown and beige. It's a lot more grey, but he's part of the Siamese sort of, you know, branch of breeds. But yeah, he's called an Oriental Shorthair.
Take this, your call.
But they're very slender, but they're very friendly. They're like puppies. Like they love to be like on your lap. They love attention. They're very playful and very friendly, and they're very relaxed. So he is like basically a perfect little cat. He does throw up every now and again, but I think that's just pets, right? And he does occasionally jump up on the counter and steal some food, but he knows he's not allowed to do it. He doesn't do it with everything, but the other day, the first instance in the kitchen, I was cooking and I'd finished cooking and he could obviously smell the food on the counter, but he jumped up on the counter where the hob is. I've got a glass top hob, so you can't tell it's hot. It's got a warning light for humans, but he didn't say. I heard him jump up, then I heard like a thump sound and a bunch of scuffling, and he came flying out of the lounge where the kitchen's over there and the doorway to the hallway to the bedroom's over there. He came flying past me in the hallway. Obviously, I was in the other end of the flat because he wouldn't have jumped up on the worktop if I was here. And he was under the bed licking his paw for like a good 20 minutes. So I think he burnt his paw a little bit. But I checked it and it wasn't like, it didn't blister or anything. He just, he touched it and then jumped away straight away. They might have singed a few hairs, but I think he got away with it. But yeah, I didn't think he would jump up on the counter again. But I left the milk jug where I steam my milk for my latte in the morning. And obviously that's hot milk and it smells really sweet. So he jumped up on the counter to try and have a look at that. But the second I came around the corner, he jumped down and ran away. So he knew he's not supposed to. But yeah, for the most part, he's not like cats. He's not like a cat. He's more like a puppy than a cat. But he's still a cat, obviously.
No, man, fuck that. I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that.
Humidity in Kentucky is 110 degrees. Oof, that's fucking gross. I love his expression, his face and his nose. Yeah, bless him. We've got a few arty emotes.
It's okay.
He's my little bubba. He keeps me company when I'm working from home.
Thanks. The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not going to be a Palaceum, that's for sure. Yeah, Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room. Music stuff, mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it. That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold. The boys think,
oh,
yeah.
Shit.
And why? She looks back at her tape recorder.
Go ahead. It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones, far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port. there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice. There will never be a club for anodic music here. Not in a million years.
Poor thing, I took an egg, cracked it in the driveway and fried some eggs for him. Yeah. They do say that in Australia, in certain parts, you can just leave a frying pan on the front like driveway, and in the morning you can wake up and chuck a couple of eggs in there and they'll cook before it sort of like, you know, stops working, which is fucking crazy. And then there's other parts of like Canada where you can take boiling water from the stove and like just chuck it up in the air, and because it's so cold it just converts to snow. It condenses it down into ice crystals, like it just becomes a cloud of ice that falls down. It's fucking that cold. It's crazy. But apparently in Russia you could spit up in the air and it will be frozen and land solid when it hits the ground, just because it's so fucking cold.
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments. Synthesizers and tape consoles, microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
What did we just pick up?
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes.
Still prefer snow and cold than insane
light
heat.
Cutting through a smoke-filled darkness.
Yeah.
That is what the future will look like, if it ever comes.
If it comes. In the UK, our houses are built to retain heat so we can survive the cold winters we have here. I know it gets colder elsewhere, whatever. But yeah, our buildings retain heat quite well. So the summer is obviously difficult for us because we can't get rid of the heat because of all the insulation in our homes. But the winters are so cold and long that we spend a lot of energy heating our homes. So we invest in insulation, because insulation you pay for once, but you then benefit from it every year because it's cheaper to heat your home. So you kind of make money back on insulation. So in the UK, because of the climate and everything, it makes sense. But yes, the thing is, the heat waves in the UK never last that long. It's only like usually a few days where it's like 32 degrees for a few days. But yeah, it getting up to like 36, 37 is, yeah, it's fucking silly. And yeah, in Europe, there's fucking like, Krill sent me a post earlier that there's like traffic lights where like the composite like plastic parts have like melted in the sun because it's just so fucking hot. And roads in the UK, you could like stick a twig, you could get like a stick or a screwdriver and you could just dig a hole in the tarmac. So the tarmac, which is like smelted and like boiling, when they lay it down, it then dries and like hardens. And that's strong enough to put to drive on. But when it gets above a certain amount of whatever temperature, the road gets so hot because it's black and the heat can't go anywhere, it absorbs it all. The road surface gets so hot it turns to liquid again, and it's like you can like split it open and it's all gooey. Partially because the tarmac in the UK is not very good quality, because the people that get contracts from the government to repair the roads deliberately put shit tarmac down that falls apart, so they then get the job to come back and repair it. What the government should do is say, right, you guys get the job, but we're only going to pay you 50% of what the job's worth. You get the other 50% after a certain amount of years of it not needing to be repaired. If at any point it needs to be repaired and it's falling apart, somebody else gets the contract and you don't get the rest of your money. And you need to hold these people to ransom, because that's what they do with the British public. That's what they do with the tax money. They get a government contract to repair the roads in an entire area. They build a tarmac factory, and then it turns out the tarmac they make is completely Mickey Mouse and won't do the job at all. And then they dig up the road to put new tarmac down. That tarmac falls apart, and they get more funding to do more work, and they're just skimming money off the fucking government's pockets. It's fucked.
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it.
Unless I'm in a cold river swimming. We get that for a few months here in Serbia. But the river time is always amazing, especially nighttime swims, barbecue drinks. Oh yeah, sure. I live I live on the south coast of the UK, so the beach is about probably 10-11 minutes walk that way, and I'm on the beach, which is really nice. But I live inland enough to not be absolutely battered by the wind all the time. But it is windy. It is windy as fuck here. The wind's blowing outside the window right now. But yeah, I can go to the beach almost any time I want. But it's strange because I can go to the beach whenever I want. I hardly ever do. You know, now that I'm 40 and I've been there dozens, hundreds of times in my youth, I haven't been and sat on the beach for a long, long time. But if we get a few more nights where it's like 35 degrees up until like 8, 9 o'clock at night, I might just go sit on the beach and watch the sunset. Because, chat, I would very much like to stream a sunset. Go to the beach, set my phone up, and film the sunset and stream it to you guys off my phone if it will last long enough. I don't know how long the stream will last on my phone, and it'll only be vertical for, you know, Twitch. But I'd like to do one stream where I stream the sunset. I mean, I might turn my phone sideways on a tripod and just do it like landscape. But I'd like to stream a sunset for you guys just once. I think that would be a really nice creative thing to do, because I've got my phone will tell me when the sunset is every day. I can get a time. I need to figure out how long it lasts and how long my phone can stream for, because I don't want to fucking start the stream and then the sunset starts to look good and then the stream dies, because then I'd feel really bad for you guys. But I want to see how long my phone can stream for on its own battery, plus a battery pack, if it's going to overheat or anything. But also what my mobile phone signal is like down at the beach. But yeah, like a seaside sunset, I think is a really nice thing that I haven't seen for a few years. So yeah, I'd like to stream one for you guys, if you guys are interested, of course. Always like that. People always want more than what they can have. Yeah, and you get used to it. And I have to remind myself, I see tourists from Japan, from Australia, from New Zealand, from Germany, from France. People travel from all over the world to come see the beach and the cliffs where I live, and the Seven Sisters National Park. It's like a national heritage site. People come from all over the world to see what's just over the hills behind my flat. I forget that I live somewhere that's very picturesque and very beautiful. And on social media, I'll see like a TikToker like going around, like looking at the fucking sunset and looking at the beach and everything. And they're like, it's so peaceful and nice and quiet here. It's so quaint and beautiful. And I'm like, yeah, it fucking is actually. Yeah, I forget. But yeah, it fucking is nice here. You know, some of the people here are not so nice. There's a lot of old people that are a bit racist, and there's a lot of young people that are very fucking drama focused, which kind of makes it a bit toxic to live in sometimes. But I don't go in for that shit anymore. I stay away from the old people, and I don't go out in town anymore, so.
Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right?
Yeah, we should. We are here to protect and serve.
They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else? I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, you two are cops. Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right? They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there... No. Not really, no. It's noise.
Good, stop shouting at me. Stop shouting. Sorry, my cat's shouting at me for being engrossed in a video game. Shush.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. To keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking Martinez. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos. If you get around to it, ask Andre about him, he'll tell ya. Go ahead. Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do. Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river. Rich people. Rich people are east of the river. Aren't they? I thought they were as Vachalaire as any of us, just way richer. Maybe you're right. Most of them do speak 3 languages. The usual. I had a shitty run as a teenager. You know, drinking, getting into fights. The ugly stuff that happens when you move out your parents' place at 13. In Forberg.
Interesting term. Time to glean some knowledge.
Is this a rhetorical question?
No, I literally can't remember even the most basic terms sometimes.
My dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess I just wanted to drink too, you know, get my party on.
He has arrived again. They might be able to see your face, Bubba. They might be able to see your face.
All right.
So, that's low. The white check we can retry, but if I had some more empathy, it would be easier. So,
Okay.
empathy. Damn. Sweet. Let me check, actually. Quick save is F5. There isn't a quick load. That's the one that I was really looking for, is just be able to load up the same fucking save over and over again.
Hello again.
Ooh, even.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands. She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup. The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
What is? I know. I'll stick to it.
Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now. As an equal. A fellow human being.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer? Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to. What is it? Oh, really? Wow, social justice really matters that much to you? That's commendable. It really had you shaken up there. Are you sure that's it, though? Yeah, man, they're pretty bad.
3.6 billion, not counting those in sale.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Are you sure you're not just hung up on some chick, though?
Perhaps.
Okay. Why'd you think that? There you have it then, chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she? Really?
Like, are you really
You seem to be
genuinely
pretty
angry at the
upset about
Politerat?
this chica.
Or are you just heartbroken?
Are you sure you don't remember anything about her? Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you? How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
Excuse me.
Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too.
It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank. Sure. Come on, I can tell. What is it? Oh, wow. Yeah, man.
3.6.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Okay. There you have it then. Chick trouble. Really? Wow, man. How come you don't remember though? Yeah.
It's obvious.
Or it might just be some psych
Sorry.
bullshit, you know?
I found it's much easier to click on the wrong thing now. I think with updates they've broken the game a little bit because I don't remember it being like having this many sort of like little bugs. Like scrolling down that list is bugged and I keep accidentally clicking on the wrong thing. So yeah.
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
So I got double checked and yes, you can play the Gears of War on PC. Most of them are available. Ooh, excuse me.
You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad.
Oh, so Psychotron, welcome in. Welcome to Revachol. Are you a Revacholian? I am the city. Oh yeah, we kicked down this bridge, don't we? Is it a check?
The pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up.
Did you play it? Yes, this is my second playthrough.
Barely holding
I'm going for the 100%. I want to try and earn as many trophies as possible.
A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
And then I want to use a guide to double check what ones I missed.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
You are Revachol. Yes, I am the city.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The
And
flap is open. Inside, 3
if you want to know
all in forward-looking apparel,
how much
reminiscent of the
I enjoyed the game,
are listening to some new form of music.
where is my link?
It's like nothing you've ever heard.
Where is my link?
One of them looks at you.
Ooh. Let me grab this link real quick. I also noticed they changed some dialogues. Yeah, I feel as if like some of the menus and the like you can't click on things as easy, but maybe I'm just misremembering. But if I was to grab a link, if you're a fan of the game, you might be a fan of some of the merch that I made after our first playthrough. Oh, that might interest you. Bass Boosty Kim is still here though. Yeah, I mean, I played it probably a year ago.
Get in and close the flap behind you. Stuff's getting out.
It's been a while since I played it, so I don't remember exactly what everyone said. Plus, the dialogue is quite dense, so it's not super easy to remember everything. But yeah, I feel like some of the menus, some of the lighting as well. When I move around, the lighting like bugs a little bit, which is a real shame. So I might see if I can get a previous version of the game to install.
Or at least he thinks he is.
Sorry, you barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Hardcore! Do 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 do.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Walshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing
I'm not about to go.
smile.
Yeah, no, I was just saying.
He says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secrets.
I'm just trying to imply that yes, I played the game the first time and I've not stopped thinking about it ever since. I'm kind of obsessed with it, so I decided to replay it and get the 100%. Some concept in there.
Hardcore!
And also, my just chatting screen. This is my just chatting screen. So I genuinely became like a little bit obsessed with the game. I made my chat look almost like the dialogue tree. It's obviously on the other side, but that's from one of the most meaningful moments in the game for me.
It's hardcore!
It's hardcore!
Skibbity, skibberdanger. I am the rearranger.
Your cop training did not prepare you for this. What to do? Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
Go speak to Andre. I'm just annoyed. I suck at socialising, man. If you go speak to Andre, I'll have time to tune in, get a reading on your sign.
Maybe you should just stand there, watch him rattle his toolbox, get to know his sign. The contents of the young man's toolbox are organized in a neat yet eclectic manner. He is constantly checking out the various tools and parts and rearranging them slightly. It's a bit hypnotizing if you look at it long enough.
I have all kinds of screws. They'll come in handy for fixing the church exterior. Talk to Andre. No point in standing here.
Noid shakes to the beat. There are no tools in his hands at the moment. He appears to ignore you. You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
And I'm also from the place where I'm not sure if international delivery is working right now. What's this game even about? So, Dumber Than Most. The game is... So, how would I explain this? So, Robert Kurovitz wrote a book called The Sacred and Terrible Air, or something along those lines. And they worked on it for quite a while, but it didn't sell very well. I think it sold like 1,000 copies-ish, which for a book is not great. And when that happened, Kurovitz fell into a pretty deep alcoholic depression, during which they got together with some other artists and they decided to pivot the world of the game to a game, the world of the book into a game. And they all enjoyed tabletop RPGs, and they all enjoyed particular kind of like I can't remember which game they used as like a jumping off point, but there's a game that's isometric, top-down, narrative-driven RPG, very much like this. So they decided to make a game like that game, but with this world, this narrative and everything. And it was a very complicated and long-winded development cycle. There were lots and lots of like rebudgeting, rescheduling and everything. But eventually, Robert Kurovitz and Alex Rostov and a handful of other very talented artists all managed to point in the same direction and create this game. And the game itself is about a detective that drunk so much that they developed amnesia, but they need to remember who they are as well as solving the case that they've been put on. So it's a detective RPG from the POV of a struggling alcoholic. So it's almost as if the book they wrote and the world they created has been melded with the alcoholism they were suffering from due to the failure of the book. So it's bittersweet in a very significant way, and me as a recovered alcoholic, I resonate with the characters very strongly. Some of the dialogue in this game deals with and references and conceptualizes alcoholism and addiction in a way that I find so much more real than any other game that's ever dared to approach addiction as a concept or a notion or a affliction, I should say. And I think that coupled with the Rostov's artwork, with the way the dialogue is written, the voice acting the Final Cut edition I'm playing now adds, I just think it might be one of the most complete and viscerally true representations of alcoholism and addiction in general that I've experienced in a video game. And beyond that, it is also one of the most visually compelling video games I've ever played. It has some of the best music, it has some of the best dialogue and writing, it has some of the best comedy and humor, it has some of the best narrative and story-driven elements. It's just like, it's one of the greatest works of fiction I've ever experienced. And unfortunately, the publisher went fucking full greed and fucked it all up at the end. But we're lucky that we got this game in the end, because this game could have been cancelled. So yeah, that's what Disco Elysium is to me, anyway. Shit, I'm totally fucked in this playing game I'm playing. Really? What game are you playing? Not sure if international delivery is working right now. So where you're based, you're not sure if you can get things delivered. Yeah, so don't worry about it. I wasn't trying to sell you a t-shirt. I was just saying that, yeah, even my merch and my stream has like bits of this game in it, because I couldn't stop thinking about it.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, I'm not trying to push a shirt on you. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm just implying that I fell in love with this game pretty hard. And even though I played it once and then left it, I had to come back to it. I haven't stopped thinking about it ever since. It's so fucking good.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
I lost my star striker in FIFA manager career to a fucking broken toe. Oh, not the metatarsal.
This is my posse.
We lost Beckham in a tournament due to a broken metatarsal. Suddenly, everybody in England knew what the word metatarsal meant. Meant.
Suspiciously.
Yeah, meant.
An egghead. Egg! Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers. We have many in the pipeline, officer. You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Artisan for talent!
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole!
I apologise for my friend Noit's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
I mean, even in some of the more trivial, seeming kind of conversational dialogue, the characters, they emanate this personality so strongly in every single thing they say, and the voice acting brings them to life in a whole new way. But every character, you get a really good sense of their personality from like 3 or 4 lines of dialogue, and the voice acting, like I say, it just elevates it to a point where it's like, damn. Like these characters are really genuinely interesting. They're not just, there as like a platform for some dialogue to be delivered that's more about the main character than it is about the person in the game that's delivering the dialogue. They each have a personality and they speak to you a certain way. And you kind of see the options before you can genuinely guide a conversation to getting some more XP, or you could end up losing some morale, So yeah, like I say, the game is like, it's a very rare 10 out of 10 for me. I've played lots of video games. I'm 41 years old. I played lots of video games. And yeah, lots and lots of amazing games are good 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. But this one and a couple of others, they've been a genuine 10 out of 10. They just don't really do anything wrong. They don't try to do anything they're not good at. They just do what they're good at really, really well for the runtime of the game. Doesn't overstay its welcome, doesn't overcomplicate things. It's a nice tried and tested formula. It just does everything right. So yeah. Got a chance to try out this new prospect I bought in the Champion League semi, so no time to have a 3-month injury. Yeah. New striker just hit a fucking top bins. Have it. Top fucking bins. In the mix. This is pretty bad. Next time, watch yourself.
I will, lawman.
Lawman.
Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've
ecclesiastical property.
Narcomania on the coast.
Define that for me. Hey Siri, define ecclesiastical. Okay, so that's a term for religious buildings, Christian religious buildings.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face. Don't fall for it.
I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads! Burnouts!
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that. In Revachol.
Strike that! The world!
Hardcore!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
This calls for an opinion.
Yes. And the worst part is, they're also spooky. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from
Also
restoring
contains some
this church
post-Soviet
into a
vibes.
community centre
Yes.
and a place of
So-
spiritual refuge.
Just to double check, have you watched the no-clip documentary on the making of the game? Because Kurvitz dives into the post-communism socioeconomic environment they found themselves in, I think in their college years, and they talk about how the aftermath of communism made people appreciate what communism actually did. And yeah, it's got that sort of, as you say, it's a post-communism kind of like, retrospect on like some of the political views expressed in the game. I think I didn't see it. I highly recommend it. So NoClip make documentaries about games. They usually do like one video, but for Disco Elysium, because they also understand how amazing this game is, they did a series of interviews speaking to lots of different... It's 100% worth watching. I'll get you a link because that's the polite thing to do. There we go. They do really, 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 really good documentaries on YouTube. So yeah, Part 1 Foundations. I'll get you the link to the first video. And grab that. Pop that on your watch list. Because yes, Kurvitz goes into a bit more detail about the influence of communism on their life and their living situations growing up. And you begin to realize that some of the political angles that some of the dialogue takes on, it's because of the conflicting views and the conflicting ideologies that they experience throughout their life. So they've built that into the game as well, which is just... this game is so fucking good. It's so fucking good, dudes.
Don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
They're not referencing a political framework and ideology through the dialogue just because it's a cool, trendy thing to do. These are genuine sort of, life pondering questions that Kurvitz had in the transition from Soviet sort of, communism taking over parts of where they lived to what happened afterwards.
Spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Because like when you see photographs of like Soviet Russia during the height of communism, it's like it looks like a utopia. But then there was a lot of propaganda to make it seem like it was a utopia, and was it? This is the thing.
Thank you, egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for. All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Oh, so you met her. Good.
He's not as glad as he would like you to think. There's concern in his voice.
I did ask Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation. I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while. Of course. Noid, give the officer the key. All right.
It's as if time has frozen somehow. You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah, this is going to be way cool. Blam! Straight in the eye. straight in the old eye or in the looking ball.
Looking ball.
Man up, it's nothing. Pick the goddamn key up, put it in your pocket, and move on.
My bad.
He looks like he's genuinely sorry he didn't throw them better.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
The shaggy-haired girl kneels on the sea ice. She looks up as you approach.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean. Shoot. My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Sorry. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them. Me? I'm a silver bird. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
Right, cool. So now we can get into the church without having to do the white check with the pry bar. I'm hoping we find a better pry bar somewhere. I forget if there is one. I'm trying to walk over here real quick and double check, because we hallucinate later on and we can just walk across this. And then, even though Revachol, wherever we live, with the video rental stores that we mentioned in that letter, or in the musing about that letter, it's just over there. It's not actually over there. I think it's just a hallucination. But yeah, I remember walking over the water, and then we speak to our ex-partner, and they deliver that line. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. It's difficult to watch. It's like, oh, fuck me, man. That hurts. It hurts to hear someone describe how depression makes it difficult to be with somebody, and how, even though it's like kind of heartless to leave them in their weakest moments, the depression will consume them as well. So they walked away because, yeah, like when you are manically depressed because of your addictions, yeah, it is too difficult to be around. And although it does seem heartless, it is also in their best interest to distance themselves from it. But yeah, it hurts, but it also makes sense, which is kind of one of the sort of like prominent themes in the game, is like how some things in life just hurt and there's no silver lining, there's no lesson to it. There's just a certain degree of pain in life that you need to endure. If you want to be involved in it, you have to take risks in life, and you have to invest yourself emotionally to feel things. And that risk reward, that heartbreak, that elation, it's all part of the rich tapestry of life. And again, it's another thing that the game references just incredibly well, that Harry desperately wants to be happy, but they are not a person who is capable of happiness because of their addiction and how much it's caused them to just loathe themselves. The self-loathing they have has made it difficult for them to feel happiness, and they're desperately trying to get out of that. And yeah, like that's spot on. Really painfully fucking spot on for when you're addicted to something you want to stop.
Rectangular seawall ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock carelessly drilled into the wood.
But yeah, I would suggest if you find some of the subject material in this game in regards to alcoholism and addiction and wanting to get better, in this game, if that resonates with you, watch BoJack Horseman. BoJack Horseman is another piece of media. It's a TV series, animated TV series, that also encompasses what alcoholism is like, but from a very different lens. Instead of a cop that's trying to do their job, it's an actor who is kind of semi-washed up, but kind of still kind of relevant in some ways.
As you do, you hear the echo.
It's a different way of looking at it, but it also
it's black holes and dusty machines. Then
it cuts like viscerally close to the bone with some of the stuff that it goes on about. And there's some dialogue from the end of season 2, the last line of dialogue, I should say, that was one of the mantras that I recited to myself when I was trying to get sober. And it's become sort of something that I say to myself.
Chevalier rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum.
Whenever I'm struggling with something, it's kind of a phrase that I go back to. Every day, it gets a little easier, but you've got to do it every day. That's the hard part. And it speaks to the understanding that consistency is such a vital part of progress. And I know that sounds pretty, elementary. It sounds pretty simple. But actually understanding that you need to not take breaks from certain things, even though some things are difficult. Some things you should take breaks from, beating yourself up, doing things that are bad for you, doing things that, are fun and great, but then they leave you completely distraught afterwards. Taking breaks is important. I'm not going to try and say that you should do everything all of the time, every day. It's just going to drive you nuts. But you have to display a certain amount of consistency to make a change that will last. And again, I know that sounds very elementary, but yeah, it's one of those things where people get the notion that if they just do the right thing for a certain amount of time, the problem they have will cease to be a problem. But it's not a temporary thing. You have to change the way you live your life, especially with addiction. You have to change the way you live your life. And each day that you get through, it becomes that tiny bit easier. But you can't let that progress make you think you can take a day off or anything. You just have to do it every day. Making small, sustainable changes over a long period of time will make you a better person in whatever it is you want to do. If you want to stop smoking, if you want to go to the gym, if you want to eat healthy, if you want to be more social, if you want to be less judgmental, if you want to be less jealous. It's slow, sustainable changes that are much more likely to become habits than suddenly trying to be something that you're not and then wondering why it doesn't work. But again, I apologize for talking about this stuff, but this game, it does such a good job of referencing some of it that I feel compelled to talk about it. But yes, we will play the game again. Just one sec. I'm having to hydrate a lot because I'm fucking yapping too much, but yeah.
In the heart of the city.
Dolores. Strange stillness fills you as you look ahead. You should walk there, not run. Grotesque wooden figure looks half finished. Feels like it's trying to become one with the church. More of the forked lighting pattern you saw outside. Bark beetles, no, it looks intentional, some long forgotten style. Filled with complex equations, they look recent. Bowl is filled with water, a live wire runs directly into it. Oof. Careful now. Oh. Mesk banger's silk scarf, okay. Frost-drawn flowers on glass, obscuring the view. The frost has drawn flowers on the glass, obstructing the view. Oof. What a line. Pain threshold, okay. Blam. Pane of glass, colourful. Spider has spun its web around the wooden carved pillar. Shoes. Yeah. Jim just walks over there, whereas I end up doing a loop back. But yes, there's a visual calculus with this mirror that I'm looking forward to because holy shit. It's pretty fucking special. Right, let me investigate these dots first, and then I'll do a save to see if we can. 2 decks of rotary tape spinning on empty. Portable Hammond Woshi tape recorder. Right, that's a radio computer. Someone's siphoning electrical current from outside into this antenna. Bangers red brogues, okay. Empathy +1 in someone else's... Oh, because it's somebody else's shoes. Put yourself in somebody else's shoes, +1 empathy. It's so clever in so many little ways, chat. It's so clever. All these little quirks and these little intelligent things it does just make it feel so well put together. I love it. +1 empathy for somebody else's shoes. It's true what they say, you know? Before you judge somebody, you should walk a mile in their shoes. Because then you'd be a mile away and you got that fucker's shoes, so you win, right? I love the bastardization of that phrase. Walk a mile in their shoes, then you'll be a mile away and you got the fucker's shoes, so...
By the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open.
Yes, we've got to put that block in there. But yes, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up. I need to put you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen. So once we're over there, if you're lurking, you want to follow in secret without being called out, don't worry. That's perfectly valid. I understand. Once we're on the BRB screen, you're safe. There's no alerts for follows over there. So if you want to follow in secret, it's perfectly fine. But yes, I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. But, oh, hello, mate. Oof. Can you not fit through the door? Are you too swole? Are you too fucking swole to fit through the door, my dude? He had to turn sideways to get through the door. But yeah, I understand the concept. They won't de-aggro. So the more I run, the more enemies I'm collecting. But you know what? I think if I get to a ladder, it won't be a problem anymore. Will I go this way? No, I didn't. Will they come this way? Yes, they will. Okay. Oh shit. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my actions. You don't know how stairs work, dude. Come on. So, start off the duplication as usual. Select your item, walk off the edge, push up, drop the item, then throw the bomb, and then with the recall ability, pull it back and claim it. Rinse and repeat. But 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you for everything this year. Thank you. Honestly. Field trip indeed. Literally just got the Brawn Intimate ad. Did you get it, Alex? Having a little trim down there, are you? Make sure you don't cut your fucking dick off. Oh dear. Oh. It's fucking R2 Grill 2. Excuse me.
What's this? Ah,
Gotta wonder who wanted to hide the hole, and what's on the other side.
Is that a fucking medieval glory hole? Oh. That generator, hello, great generator, great name. Silly Viv, hello. Yes, Twitch, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. That gets us up to £500 already, and we've still got multiple streams left in the month. So thank you so much for your donation. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Welcome in. So this puzzle don't make no sense to us at the moment. I think later on we'll get something that might tell us what this is, but at this point there's way too many variables. So I need to make a mental note that there's some kind of Rubik's Cube-esque puzzle for us to look at. So if we've got some items, we can come back here and trade that. But yes, £1,000 already for a tiny little creator like me is absolutely amazing. We've had some very generous donations so far, so I can't thank you guys enough. All because of a silly little moustache. But no, thank you so much. Right, let's start building some... The chest, I know. I'm going to go. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that.
The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March. Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Come off again. Have a lovely evening tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by. See you next time. Sleep well. Hopefully we see you again soon.
Good evening. Votre accident on Saint-Brun. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
Thank you very much, and you're very welcome. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Thank you once again.
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
Received. I will register this login attempt. Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on Saint-Brun, the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Saint-Brun, that's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine? That's the doomed commercial area.
Anything else I can help you with? Sleep well, votre accident.
That should be the good night command, shouldn't it? That should be the good night sound. Future breadcrumbs, use that tool you've got that decompiles games to find that one.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing fluorescent play and print buttons. Nothing happens.
Right.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad. A dark and radiant majesty. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass. The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you. It covers you from the wind outside. In the darkness, You sense her eyes on you, inspecting you with their multicolored glass, as if you're a bug under a microscope. The woman looks down at you, kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips, and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. You? No, she doesn't care about you. She only cares about her shiny sovereign's orb and her silk robes and getting to the aerodrome on time to leave. As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
It's Dolores Day. The old woman was right. This is the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the Small Pinewood Church in some records. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers. There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them, the 7 Sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the Revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
Respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower of DeLoreanism? There it is again. A small pang of guilt. It's time to ask him what happened here.
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around here. Well, your station was involved, I hear, although I can't be sure. 3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them. I am pretty sure it was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything more about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters. Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
Right, so I'm going to do this, but I'm going to put some points into these skills because I want to see the presentation when we get this check.
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are DeLorean in origin.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
It's not spiritual, it's constitutional. The DeLorean system does not demand faith, only accordance.
Right, so encyclopedia and visual calculus. Visual calculus +1. Visual calculus +1. Ooh, so these glasses add visual calculus. These ones add to, so yeah, so let me do that. And also, let me whack a point into encyclopedia and visual calculus as well.
The mother of humanism stands above you.
It's high now. So Let me save the game there just in case.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men. The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit. More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office. No, we are alone. As did we all. The lands of the Mesk and the Occident, and even far away Supramwindi, altogether 21 of the 40 mundial nations of the time, immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning. In a city called Advesperaskit in Vesper Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky.
Honestly, dudes, I feel as if the kind of depth and nuance to the world building in this game, it might be on par with Lord of the Rings, which I know is a statement, I know. But yeah, that was one of the things that compelled me the most about the Lord of the Rings films and the book, was just like, shit, man. Like, they don't just expect you to make up stuff. They flesh out a lot of this stuff. They still leave enough up to the imagination to make it a compelling narrative to invest your intellect in. But yeah, that they wrote a language, they created maps and everything. They really did create a world, and I feel like this game kind of does that as well. But rather than a heartwarming story about the power of friendship and the ability to achieve anything if it's the right thing to do, because being right is more important than being the hero. Doing what's right is more important than being the hero. This game deals with amnesia caused by alcoholism, so slight pivot on the subject matter, but I think that, yeah, the degree of world building in this game is I would argue, on par.
She was dressed in a
welcome
white
in,
and pearl
Doodlington. How's it going?
dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt. Oh yes, she looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well.
What's up, Cram's points, Gamble?
Midwinter
Going
snow
straight
was
into it.
beating the cobblestones around her.
Oof.
A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by Secret Servicemen. One of the men in this Secret Service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else. Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds,
I'm only
if
here
not
to gamble,
thousands
leave
of
me
years,
alone.
until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents.
You know what would be a bit of a meme, but it would be really bad taste, is whenever somebody lost a gamble, the bot posted the link for Gamblers Anonymous. If you need help with gambling, here's a phone number. Oh fuck! That would be in bad taste. That would be, I shouldn't mock people that struggle with gambling. No, I can't. I have these ideas, but I can't. Because if somebody genuinely had a problem with gambling and saw that as me using it as a joke, I would feel fucking horrific. I would feel horrifically bad about that. But yeah, if you lost in gamble and the bot was like Gamblers Anonymous. But no, you guys can type !rigged and flip the table if you're upset with the casino rules. Up to you. The bot will put it back, don't worry.
Was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man
I would laugh and I saw the mass. It's true.
Said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes.
Speaking of things that are hot, Duel, thank you so much for the streak, dude. I appreciate that. 3 streak. Thank you very much.
This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology. 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola,
Buns out, bitch.
Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi, she is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world. Many things, you know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Serene, modern-day Sir La Clé, also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty. Draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed?
Yes! Big bummer! Boring history! Gonna keep it light, man! Keep it moving! Get fucked up instead!
The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away.
Silo of sadness fermenting.
Fuck this pain, Bratan! It's unhealthy!
No, you must know. Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge.
Not too shy as days at calling up.
Sufficiently well to prove an
Excuse me. Yes, it is cooling off a little bit, actually. Yes, it has cooled down. Thank you for noticing. I appreciate that. Yes, I'm not as fucking greasy as I usually am because it's not 32 degrees at fucking 9 o'clock in the evening, even though it's 10:30 now. But yes, I have been sweating less today than previous days. Let's put it that way.
She made the most of her.
I'm not fucking sticking to every surface I have to be in contact with.
Court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze.
Piercing gaze, a scalpel of a piercing gaze? But yeah, this is it. It's like 30-something degrees, and then you fucking turn on a gaming PC that has a GPU in it that just creates heat. Then you have a giant radiator to dissipate the heat of the CPU. So that thing's kicking out a bunch of hot air. You turn on 2 or 3 lights that are all focused on you. Yeah, it gets a little bit warm in the old streaming rooms, but I'm quite lucky this is quite a spacious room.
She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous.
It was almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. Did they say preternaturally? I can't remember how they pronounce that word. Sorry. Move to the US? No, I'm good. If I'm gonna move, it'll be Europe, and if it's gonna be Europe, it's gonna be south of France, Italy kind of area. But I don't know. If the government can get shit sorted and maybe try and make our lives a little bit more manageable, I'll stay in the UK. But I don't feel like retiring here is going to be a good call. If my health deteriorates any further, I need to go see a real doctor in Europe, to be honest. But yeah, kidding, definitely don't move here. Yeah, I mean, I was just saying earlier about streaming rooms. I know a few people that stream like in the loft. The only space they've got to create a streaming room is the loft, and right now, fucking thoughts and prayers, my dudes, they are being literally fucking slow cooked in the fucking roof of their building. It's, yeah, it's just where all the heat goes, and then the tiles that are supposed to keep some of the heat out of the sun stop the heat leaving the loft, so like they're absolutely sweating bits.
It was on her advice that Irene Le Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on.
Oh, so we're part of the new world, okay. Because, yeah, I was saying to a friend of mine how, as somebody who grew up with BMX and climbing and going to the beach and being in the park, drinking and everything, I spent a lot of time outdoors. And therefore, winter was always a really difficult season for me, being stuck indoors, not being able to do all the things that I love. But one thing I've noticed is after I started streaming, I have something that I love doing, like with every moral fiber of my being. I love streaming and hanging out with you guys, even if platforms and algorithms do my head in. But I now don't have this sense of dread when winter comes around. Like when it's pissing down with rain, nobody wants to go outside. Nobody's doing anything. There's no events. There's nothing going on. I know that most other people are going to be stuck indoors in the UK. So when I live stream, I know I'm going to see people that might have something better to do when it's sunny. So you see more people and you have something to do indoors that's fun. And at that point, generating all the heat from the lights and the computer actually helps heat the flat as well. So that's a bit of a bonus. But yeah, streaming has not only changed my life so many positive ways, it's also kind of made me fear the winter a lot less, because I used to get like SAD, it's seasonal affective disorder. In winter I was inconsolable some weeks, where I was just so fucking miserable being stuck indoors, not having anything to do other than, you know, when I was a kid, drink and do drugs on my own because I needed to fucking pass time until summer, where I would do drink and drugs in the fucking sun, and somehow that was better. But yeah, like streaming now makes me feel like winter is like a really good time to be alive, which is like, yeah, a pretty big pivot from my youth, along with many other things. But yeah, thank you guys for that. Thank you. Because I used to dread the winters all throughout my teens and my 20s and most of my 30s. I would dread the 7 to 8 months of just watching the same films, playing the same video games, deconstructing and reconstructing the same Lego kits, drawing and painting stuff that wasn't very good because I was miserable. And then, yeah, just waiting for the sun to come back so I could go outside and do things that made me feel happiness. But yeah, now, like when there was like talk of another pandemic, there was like recently there was some sort of like illness that they got it locked down pretty quickly. But someone was like, oh no, we're going to go back into lockdown. And I was like, do you know what? Because of streaming, bring it on. Bring it on. I wouldn't even fear another lockdown. I genuinely, because of how much I love hanging out with you guys, you could say to me that you're not allowed to go out very much more than once a month. You're not allowed to leave the flat for like more than once a month for like a year. I'd be like, cool. I'm going to smash so many fucking platinum trophies. I'm going to play so many fucking video games, and I'm going to have so many good times with the guys. Cool. Bring it on. You know? And that's how I feel about winter. I'm like, cool, bring it on. You know? I'm not going to go outside. I'll get the heating on, get the heat pad on for the cat so he's nice and warm, and play video games and hang out with you guys and just feel validated and happy that I get to do something like that. But yeah, thank you guys a lot.
She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion
Streamer grease
what is
config.
widely considered the greatest era in history.
Maybe I should just turn off all, close all the windows, turn the fan off, and then just get like an old debit card and scratch all the fucking just scrape all the fucking grease into a little jar, like gamer girl bathwater, but like the masculine cursed equivalent, and sell my fucking stream grease. Oh, fucking hell. Excuse me. First exhibition of Genesis in history of the DeLorean era.
Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before
You're onto
her,
something, yeah.
she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest.
Because somebody I watch, she had one of those chairs that has that fake like leather. It's like a fabric that's got like a silicone kind of like imitation leather coating, and they put it on like headphones and stuff. And obviously over time it starts to flake. And yeah, she was like saying to the chat, like, I need to get a new gamer chair. This one is well past its sell by date. And she got up and just brushed it, and like this fucking like torrent of like bits and pieces just came flying off this chair all over the floor. And she was like, fuck. She was like, what am I going to do with this? And somebody was like, sweep it up and bottle it and sell it to a tier 3. Because it's a chair she's been sat on for years. I was like, for fuck's sake, man. Stop. Why can't everyone stop being so fucking down bad? For fuck's sake.
The already sunlit chamber around her,
oh, man.
clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt. Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But terrifying,
oh, shit.
It's a simple word.
Sorry.
She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her. You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day. Constantly surrounded by her terriers, she was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her.
I want to make sure I don't get too cold, Dol. So kind of you.
This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask? That she is. A great sacred piece. I wonder what we are doing here, however.
Get that lucrative grease flow.
In this church,
Gamer grease farming.
Coast in general. We shouldn't linger. This isn't a good place to get lost in.
Cool. Right, let me do this and then save the game, because this one's even, so this one could go either way. So I might have to strong arm this one a little bit.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you, a ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a light motif below them both.
This is where the mod to remove the HUD and bang a couple of screenshots comes into play, chat. Because we couldn't do the visual calculus on our first playthrough, and I haven't seen it. People have told me, like, yeah, you want to save before that white check and redo it. Try and do it if you can, because, yeah, seeing the full picture. But yeah, this mod to remove the HUD is so goated for this game.
Unknown. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, Theriers, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail. Below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau.
After the life, there is death. After the death, the life of new.
And then, along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
After the something, the grey. After the grey, the something, the new. Yeah, no, let me translate this because I need to know. I need to know. Sorry, chat. I need to know. Oh, come on. No, what are you doing? Don't be silly. Obviously, I want to type in the translation box, don't I? So why are you not defaulting to the fucking translation box? Buvo. Afterlife, death, after death, new life. Yeah. After the monde. Monde. Qu'est-ce que c'est le monde? Monde. The grey, after the grey. The something, the new. After the world. Okay. The grey. Which I think they mean the pale. But they've chosen the grey, I think. After the grey. Oh shit, I'm typing in English, sorry. Le monde de nouveau. After the world, the grey. After the grey, the world anew. Ah. The circle of life, chat. It moves us all.
After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale.
Yeah.
After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking. A tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
Do you know what also is really nice about it not being roasting hot? My drink stays reasonably cold, and my drinks coaster isn't being drowned in a puddle of condensation. Because, yeah, that was pissing me off. Every time I looked down, there was this puddle on my fucking table. Because obviously that's why you have a coaster, to stop getting like ring marks from like wet drinks and stuff sitting on tables for too long. But you can't help it when it's fucking 30 degrees because the drinks just sweat profusely. Like myself, apparently. Thanks, Dool. Game of Grease Farm, new band name. Yes, I have got a list of band names.
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again.
But yeah, if I was ever going to start like a semi-comedy focused punk band, the Wet Bandits from because they're the Wet Bandits from Home Alone, right? They call themselves the Wet Bandits. So yeah, I thought the Wet Bandits would be a good name for a band. If it was semi, you know.
This exaltation is common in DeLorean sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however.
Because yes, if I was going to start a punk band, like a proper punk band that actually had a political message, it would be the Hoffman Report. Because it would lead people to Google the Hoffman Report, and then they'd find out about the 11-page document where the American government, the American government what's the word? They manipulated and amended a lot of the rules around interrogation so that they could, you know, waterboard people and detain them for long periods of time to extract information. So it's a particularly abhorrent development in American political structuring and military interrogation that I think probably needs a bit more fucking eyes on it, because yeah, there's a reason why they were allowed to do some of the shit they did in Iraq. Because they changed the rule book and they called it the Hoffman Report. You wouldn't know that because the Hoffman Report sounds pretty innocuous on the surface.
It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing. Justice, union, prudence, and force.
Fear of God back in the fucks.
So do I.
Oh, Kim.
The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression.
Dudes, how is it almost 11 o'clock? Honestly, dudes, time just fucking goes by when I play this game. I could play this game for days. And I intend to. Because, yeah, I checked, and we've got 13 out of 54. 13 out of 54 trophies. So we've got a few trophies to go. Yeah, 13 out of 45 trophies. Some of the trophies are reasonably simple, it looks like. But some of them, I think there are dialogue choices you have to make to confirm something you've been building up to with lots of other dialogue choices. So I might have to use a guide for that. But I think as long as I try and save and retry a lot of the white checks and red checks, I suppose, that we have ahead of us, we should pop a few trophies just by getting the checks that we missed on our first playthrough. Because when it didn't work, I just went with it because that's how these kind of RPGs work. Right, so I need a map. I need M for that. We have done most of the stuff on this corner. I want to travel back to Martinez, the waterfront that is, because it's time to sing karaoke, which is going to be fucking tragic. But we need to make a phone call from the Kinema as well.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Right. Please hold.
This is Firewalker.
10-4, come in. Firewalker. Over. 10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer?
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? I'm afraid they're closed. It says here that the library is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
We should try again during business hours.
Anything else, Detective? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
No field autopsy necessary. What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library card? Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you? Just a second, officer. Sylvie Malaika on the line for you, officer.
Yes, hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and...
Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really want to know?
You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. Spat some in his food. I don't think he touched it after. People tried to back away from you, or even slip out of the door. But you screamed. I am the goddamned law, and you have to listen to me. You are all suspects in a murder investigation. There is silence on the other end of the line.
Me neither.
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it, but believe me, I did not ask. No, absolutely not.
Ouch. That's like 20 points of pride damage right there, buddy. You hear the call breaking up on the other end of the radio, and then the already familiar voice.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
Cool. So, that's that done. So yes, we could need to call them tomorrow during the day. Have we got anything down here? Sing karaoke we're about to do. That one we're still not sure on. That's why I wanted to speak to Sylvie again. We can speak to Joyce tomorrow. Analyze Gary. Yeah, we got to go back and speak to Gary at some point. Find out who the lady driver is. We've got to do. I'm going to do that in the cabin later. We need to find the Jolly Mesk at the harbour gates. I need to wait for Kim to go away so I can try and get the victim's boots off. I need to ask about the possible meaning of the tattoos with people. That hasn't come up as a dialogue option. Maybe I need to be holding the photo in my hand. I'm not sure. Kuno wants way too much money for those pants, so I'm going to ignore that till later. That's going to be a dialogue check that I'll do next time we speak to them. That we're going to do once we've got rid of the boots, or got the boots off the victim. Find the murder weapon. We're going to have to perform advanced analysis using HE coordination, and I'm not sure what that means. Hold on to the spirits and wait for the signal. So I think that's the drink that I've got. We get the two people from the fishing place to sign that. Call Jamrock Library. We're going to do that tomorrow. There's got to be some way to talk to this person. You just haven't found it yet. It's definitely not about signs. What if you try again to find your way out of this maze of things to say? Sing Signs of the Nod, I'm not sure about, but that's a Wednesday thing, so we've got plenty of time before that's going to expire. Need to be done. Cool. Right, let's go sing karaoke. As painful as this is going to be. Gart's going to hate us for it. But we've got to let it out. We found the saddest song we can find. We're going to let it all out. Woman's hand wrote yesterday's menu. Today starts in a man's handwriting.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Okay, I need more drama, of course. So give me a sec. I'm also going to save the game as well because yeah, this check might take a while, but I definitely want to see what happens, of course. So yeah, the kimono is maximum drama, right? Yeah, where is it? Oh, yeah, excuse me.
The stage is all...
So, are you ready for your thing now?
It only makes it even. Too close to the mic.
The stage is all...
So,
I don't think I can...
Are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke.
Yeah, so yeah, I'll do a save here. Because yeah, I think I need to look around the room first and stuff.
The stage is...
So, are you ready for your thing now?
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing into it? Where should you stand? The bar is full and buzzing with chatter. No one is paying you any attention. But still you feel your knees turn to noodles. Okay, now a couple is looking at you. Even worse, you're sweating. They are going to hate you. The air...
Sorry, chat. It's the last thing I want to accomplish for the day.
The stage is...
So, are you ready for your thing?
The air...
Hang on, I just checked. Does it say impossible? Or can I put some points into drama to make it even easier?
The stage is...
So, are you ready for your
No, it's
thing
even.
now? Let me know when
It can't be retried.
Karaoke carousel.
Superstar cop, yeah, okay. Dress code, insane silk dragon, yeah. Too close to... I don't know how to cancel out that too close to the mic nerf. But to be honest, I could also just put a point in drama. Because I've got 5 left.
The stage is...
So,
to make it
are you ready for your
even
thing
still.
Now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
The air
there we go.
is thick with...
This is going to be fucking painful to watch.
Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Saint-San, though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there. Down through the mist there, toward the 7 Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would would often stay there. In that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
Ancient reptilian brain. I would often go there to a tiny church there, the smallest church in Saint Sayan, though it was once larger. How the real may rest there, down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there in a tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now you're all alone. None of this matters at all.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you. The lieutenant doesn't say anything, but gives you a quick smile before turning away.
Good, good. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now.
Last words?
Yes?
Okay. So, no white check there. Well, there is one, but it's not. I thought they were going to say something about the performance. Cool. Right. So, other than that, there's nothing else we can do until I go back to the cabin, which we will save for next stream. Let me get a save down there. Marvellous. I'll jump you guys over to the raiding screen. We can hang out over here very briefly. You guys have got your raid messages in chat. First one is for subs. The second one is for non-subs. Please feel free to copy and paste whichever one pertains to yourself. And I will get a tab up and we will see who is on for a sneaky little raid when the game decides to actually close. So I can use the quick actions and go to the raid thing over here. YouTube, unfortunately, we can't raid out to Twitch on YouTube, but thank you to everyone that hangs out in the YouTubes. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for watching the videos and everything. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that social media nonsense. But yes, thank you again, YouTube. I'll see you guys next time. The next stream will be Wednesday, 5 p.m. UK time. Feel free to catch